السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 10 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes from now. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للتفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're starting in 5 minutes from now. كما نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية من العربية إلى الإنجليزية ومن الإنجليزية إلى العربية متوفرة طيلة فترة هذا اللقاء. We'd like to bring your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this event. Please find your simultaneous interpretation headsets at the entrance of this hall. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem. Good morning, our distinguished guest. The best start for our opening ceremony is the recitation of the Holy Quran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وهو الذي سخر البحر لتأكلوا منه لحما طريا وتستخرجوا منه حلية تلبسونها وترى الفلك مواخر فيه ولتبتغوا من فضله ولعلكم تشكرون.
Today, Saudi Arabia sails forward with cleaner energy, digital precision, and a promise to protect our seas. Our ports are more than gates. They are green arteries, connecting continents, sustainability, strategic, and resilient. Our vision sails far beyond the tide. A future of clean trade, intelligent ports, and reliable innovation. Designed not just for us, but for generations ahead. This is our pledge to lead, to preserve, to transform. Saudi Arabia, sailing toward a sustainable maritime future. Saudi Arabia, sailing toward a sustainable maritime future.
Our seas is shaped right now. Let's go back 2 years ago, 2023. The first edition of this conference was held here in Jeddah, putting actually the foundation of a future growth and moving forward today. If we see today, actually, we are talking about moving and sailing to sustainable future. This sustainable future will take us to this growth. Actually, this sustainable future come back with our efforts and with our work. Dear guest, we are here gathering once again and sailing, as I mentioned, to our future with broader participation and stronger partnership, reaffirming the kingdom's commitment, actually unwavering commitment to sustainability and innovation, leadership in the maritime sector. Ladies and gentlemen, our greatest and honored guest, as we embark into this significant journey, it's our distinct honor to invite to the stage His Excellency Engineer Saleh bin Nasser Al Jasser, Minister of Transport and Logistics Services, to deliver the opening remarks.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي، السيد أرنستو دومينيغيز الأمين العام للمنظمة البحرية الدولية، السادة الأعضاء، ضيوفنا الكرام.
Our dear guests, it is my pleasure at the beginning to welcome you all. I'd like also to welcome all our dear guests, especially those coming from outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are extremely delighted to host you here in Saudi Arabia and in the city of Jeddah in particular. Shores of the Red Sea, which is one of the most important strategic waterways globally. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, we are meeting today in the second edition of the conference, Sustainable Maritime Industry Conference 2025, that comes as an extension of the successes that have been achieved in the first edition of this conference that was held in 2023. And to reaffirm our joint commitment towards continuing the march towards a maritime industry that is more sustainable and more effective. Dear guests, transportation and logistical services sector in the kingdom receives the kind sponsorship and patronage of His Majesty the Custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz and the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And this allowed this vital sector of making some qualitative strides. accelerated strides towards sustainability through a chartered path according to the National Strategy for Transportation and Logistical Services, which included a dedicated program of maritime transportation that focuses on the growth of this vital sector, its sustainability, and employing the unique geographic location of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its abundant natural resources to transform this sector into a key sector that contributes effectively in the national development and in the global economy as well. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has continued reinforcing its position through the global navigation map, through expanding the maritime connectivity and adding new shipping lines which connected the seaports of Saudi Arabia to the ports of the world and enhanced the position of Saudi Arabia as a hub for trade between continents. And Saudi Arabia jumped to rank 15 globally as a prominent container port. So Saudi Arabia is managing 10 main seaports, including more than 290 piers, with a capacity that exceeds 1.9 billion tons a year. In addition to the regional leadership of Saudi Arabia in terms of the tonnage of the Saudi maritime fleet that has exceeded 8.5 million tons. So Saudi Arabia has become the first nation in the Arab world and in the region, and in the rank 20 globally in terms of the tonnage. In addition to the shipyard and ship industries through the most advanced shipyard in the region, Saudi Arabia is also working seriously to become a leading country by 2030 in the field of container handling and smart ports to enhance the position of Saudi Arabia as a global logistical hub. Saudi Arabia is also putting the marine environment in the forefront of its priorities through qualitative projects that are leading the transformation into a sustainable future through launching the first globally hybrid project to reduce fuel consumption and CO2 emissions by 25% and to protect the sea ecosystems, in addition to targeting the plantation of 100 million mangrove trees by 2030 within the initiative of the Green Saudi Arabia to preserve our natural resources and to ensure the sustainability of these resources for future generations. Your Excellencies, the efforts of Saudi Arabia in the maritime side was not limited to this. Saudi Arabia has also strengthened its position under the umbrella of the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, by nominating itself to the board of directors of the IMO for 2023, and the contributions of Saudi Arabia in supporting the initiatives of the IMO, the key of which was in addition to that, Saudi Arabia is working to launch new initiatives that are complementary to the global trends towards sustainability, such as developing multi-purpose stations on the Red Sea with advanced capacity for general shipping and bulk and dry consignments or goods, multi-purpose stations on the Red Sea with advanced capacity for bulk and dry to improve the efficiency of Trade. Which started its operations for the first remotely operated smart crane to be a leading port. These achievements and initiatives reflect our relentless commitment to develop the maritime sector and to improve our global standing and our role as a key member of the IMO. And based on this, and in order to maximize the impact of this vital industry and to improve coordination and complementarity to consolidate international efforts, it is my pleasure to announce today that Saudi Arabia is planning to nominate itself to the membership of the board of directors of the IMO in the next electoral round. And this is a confirmation that we want to continue working as we feel the international responsibility to shape the future of maritime industry and to contribute to pushing the wheel of growth in the maritime industries and to ensure their sustainability. In conclusion, we are confident that we all together, through cooperation and through the joint efforts, we are capable of developing the maritime industry and making it more sustainable and more integrated, with more contributions to serve humanity. And on behalf of Saudi Arabia, I announce that we are launching the second edition of the Sustainable Maritime Industry Conference. I hope that this conference can represent a platform to launch pioneering initiatives to shape a sustainable future for maritime industry at the global level. And I would like to reiterate here our thanks and appreciation to all those who contributed to this conference by attending and by participating in it. We are looking forward to some tangible results out of this conference in order to strengthen the global joint action in this field. And in conclusion, I would like to express my sincere thanks to my colleagues in the Transportation General Authority, the Seaports Authority, as well as other government agencies that are working together in this field. And peace be upon you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As you highlighted, alongside the important announcement you have made, everything we see is an extension of Vision 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our honor also to invite His Excellency Dr. Rmeih bin Mohammed Al-Rmeih, Vice Minister of Transport and Logistics Services and Acting President of the Transport General Authority. We invite him to the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا بكل خير وأرحب فيكم أجمل ترحيب أصحاب المعالي.
In this meeting, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear audience. عقب الكلمة التي أدلى.
Maybe I would like to welcome you all and thank you for especially those who traveled from abroad to take the trip and visit with us for these 2 days. Back to Arabic. حييكم ورحب.
I would like to welcome you all to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, your second home, and we are hopeful that this meeting will represent a qualitative step towards consolidating this maritime industry, and that will lead us to the success in order to improve the capacity of the shipping industry and build the capacity of maritime industry, that is including security and establishing coordinated effort in order to have to establish the technology that is required for this industry, and this will be discussed within the confines of this meeting. So this is also aiming at raising and improving the human resource capacity, and to preserve this capacity and improve it further. So holding this second edition of this meeting and conference is going to be a platform to unite all efforts, and throughout these endeavors we are hopeful that we will establish a united platform in order to cooperate further and lead innovation in this sector. Dear audience and participants, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are looking forward to meeting the expectations that are on our shoulders, in order to meet your expectations, and we are looking forward to cooperation from each and every one of you in order to also help International Maritime Organization in its endeavors to unite these efforts and lead them further. So I think at the level of the industries, maritime industries, your visit to the exhibition, I'm sure you have seen the new generation of technologies that is consistent with international standards in order to meet the necessities of the maritime markets, and I think this field will require more training in order to build human capacity, and we also looking forward to the IMO's role in order to beef up resources, and we are also looking forward to different initiatives, because our responsibility is not only stopping at this stage, we need to take it further in order to support other countries through specific and clear tracks and timelines, through training and knowledge exchange and expertise and experience and sharing of experiences, in order to build projects that can help all who are related to these industries. Dear participants, this second edition of the conference represents an opportunity to enhance cooperation, and in order to lead initiatives with real tangible outcomes to ensure the capacity, especially at the level of the international value chain. And we would like to affirm that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is here to lend hand in order to establish and enhance the human resource capacity and build more resources, provide further resources in this regard. I would like to thank you for your attendance, and with your support we will enhance the maritime industries further, and I would like to thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And as you rightly mentioned, it went from a routine and normal periodic conference and emerged as a global platform for aligning efforts. And we once again extend to you our warm welcome. Now, let's hear a special address from His Excellency, Mr. Arsenio Domingos, Secretary General of the IMO, who is unable to join us today, but he has shared his thoughts about the future of maritime sector.
Amid sweeping changes in the maritime landscape, we need a sustainable maritime industry that is resilient, inclusive, and forward-looking. These changes include the dual challenges of climate change and digital transformation. We must recognize that sustainability is not a single solution, but a shared commitment across policies, driven by technology, and most of all, powered by people. The human element must be at the center of our transformation efforts. Whether on board ships, in ports, or at the policy-making table, people are the foundation of a safe and effective maritime sector. Investing in seafarers and maritime professionals, their education, well-being, and rights is non-negotiable for achieving long-term sustainability. When it comes to people, we must prioritize gender, inclusion, and diversity. Women's leadership is essential in maritime transformation. For too long, the sector has overlooked the contribution and potential of women. True progress will come when leadership reflects the diversity of our workforce. Empowering women to lead is not just a gender matter. It is about growth, resilience, and innovation. Leadership is needed across all fronts, including the energy transition. Preparing for net zero in shipping requires an integrated approach, smart policy, targeted financing, and scalable technological solutions. From retrofitting fleets with cleaner engines to investing in renewable fuel alternatives, the shift must be bold and backed by both private and public capital. In October, we will take the crucial next step to formally adopt the IMO Net Zero Framework, including a new global fuel standard and a first-ever pricing mechanism for GHG emissions from ships. This will incentivize the adoption of zero and near-zero fuels and technologies and help create a level playing field for all countries. And we must ensure that the green transition is just, inclusive, and people-centered for all nations. IMO will continue to drive capacity development through projects and programs which support least developed countries and small island developing states. I am grateful to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and other countries in this region and beyond for the long-standing financial and in-kind support for specific projects. This is enabling the global maritime community to put policy into practice. Linked to this, there is a wider need to accelerate finance to support sustainable shipping, particularly in developing countries. Through our projects, IMO has been working to link recipient and donor countries with international financial institutions and private banks and industry to trial and pilot scalable and bankable solutions for shipping's green transition. In the digital area, the maritime sector must adapt to rapidly evolving technologies to stay ahead. Digitalization, automation, and the rise of artificial intelligence presents both opportunities and new cyber risks for the maritime workforce. Regulatory frameworks must evolve to ensure safety, accountability, and interoperability. We are taking proactive steps with the ongoing development of the non-mandatory code for maritime autonomous surface ships. But autonomy must be equipped for this time of innovation and change. Training, mental health support, and fair working conditions must evolve alongside the technologies and systems the seafarers will work with. As you meet this week, I urge you to embrace a solution-focused spirit of multilateralism and ambition. Let us work together for a sustainable maritime transformation that is guided by fairness and unity, ensuring that the maritime industry of tomorrow is greener, smarter, and truly inclusive. Thank you.
Many thanks to His Excellency. We appreciate his words. And we continue now with a leader who has dedicated his efforts to advancing international cooperation in two things: navigation and maritime safety. Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Francis Zachariah, Secretary General of the International Association of Marine Aids to Navigation and Lighthouse Authority, IALA, to deliver his opening address.
Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much for inviting me to the Sustainable and Maritime Industry Conference in the beautiful maritime city, Jeddah, and for the opportunity to deliver this perspective from an international organization, IALA. The SMIC is a key event for all stakeholders in the maritime sector, and I look much, much forward to listening to the excellent speakers and be inspired by the outstanding workshops and networking opportunities. I sincerely thank His Excellency, the Minister of Transport and Logistic Services, for taking the initiative to this second conference and for the support to IALA for many years. These 2 days are about sustainability, efficiency, digitalization, automation, cybersecurity, and other important topics around the seas and oceans that provide us with vital resources and serve as the primary channels for transportation of goods that are so essential for daily life. The maritime environment is challenging and unpredictable, but fortunately, with the right technology, we can mitigate these challenges and gain better control over the safety and efficiency of shipping, and thereby also protecting the marine environment. It is within this context that the IALA motto, "Successful voyages, sustainable planet," must be understood. IALA's mission of promoting safe and sustainable ship voyages is underpinned by three principal aims, which are as relevant today as they were in 1957 when IALA was created. It is to harmonize, to facilitate safety and efficiency, and to enhance the protection of the marine environment. What distinguishes IALA and enables it to carry out its work successfully is the will to cooperate and the cohesion between our more than 350 members and those who provide the technical expertise for the required research and development. This cohesion that supports IALA's technical work is carried out by the committees which are at the heart of the organization. We like to call them the powerhouse of IALA. The results of the work of the committees are in essence guidance documents and therefore not legally binding. Nonetheless, they are universally acknowledged as the authoritative package of best practice. A very successful initiative concerns the training standards created for different levels of vessel traffic services. More recently, we have also become an important player in aids to navigation training and capacity building through the activities of the Worldwide Academy. The Academy is an integral but independently funded part of Ayala. In the little more than 10 years of its operation, it has proved to be a remarkable success story. The Academy has a very simple strategy with 3 primary pillars. Firstly, to conduct seminars, workshops, and other events to raise the awareness of high-level decision makers about the obligations of coastal states when it comes to safety of navigation. And secondly, to provide a suite of relevant education and training opportunities for as many as possible. And thirdly, to engage with developing states to build their competences and capacity to provide high-quality aids to navigation services. Let me now briefly highlight 4 key issues that are currently high on Ayala's agenda and that will be discussed further during this conference. Digitalization and decarbonization go hand in hand, and Ayala is supporting this transition, for instance, through the establishment of green corridors. Green corridors contribute to decarbonization through various initiatives, including optimized routing operations, just-in-time arrivals, advanced terminal efficiency, energy management, and autonomous navigation systems. According to recent research, these measures have the potential to reduce the sector's emission by 38% or more. Autonomy, maritime autonomous service ships, is a top priority on Ayala's agenda as we strive to anticipate future needs for aids navigation and vessel traffic services. A recent Ayala study indicates that we have some time to prepare, as large-scale deployment of unmanned ships may still be 20 or more years away. For the foreseeable future, we can expect a mixed fleet comprising conventional ships with varying levels of automation alongside a growing numbers of autonomous ships. Harmonization is essential to the success of global digital solutions. Ayala plays a key role in advancing harmonization projects such as the S100, where it serves as the custodian of the S200 series, as well as maritime resource names and other initiatives. We will later hear from the IHO Admiral Sinapi about the success and importance of the S100 data product specifications. The vulnerability of global navigation satellite systems, GPS and others, to disruption has been recognized since its inception, with interference from natural causes as well as intentional and unintentional jamming being well documented. A knowledgeable and well-trained navigator on the bridge can identify these challenges and respond appropriately. However, the growing reliance on automated systems, both on board and ashore, raises serious concerns about the safety of navigation. Resilient precision navigation and timing remain critical issues today, and Ayala continues to be a leading pioneer in developing robust and sustainable solutions. And luckily, we will hear much more about cybersecurity during this conference. You could actually say that the maritime buzzwords, if you will, have for the last 20 years or so changed from safety. When we started e-navigation, safety was all around, to efficiency after 9/11 and the economic crisis for the ship owners, to decarbonization, and is perhaps on its way to be resiliency for the coming years. We need to build a resilient and strong maritime sector. The safety of navigation and sustainable development are vital, but in times of crisis, conflict, even war, and divided populations, the work of international organizations and conferences like this has never been more important. In organizations like Ayala and during this conference, delegates come together in an atmosphere of trust, where mutual understanding and compromises are crucial to the key to the success of their work. I thank you very, very much for your attention and again for inviting Ayala to this conference, and I wish you all a fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for enriching us in this speech. Let me go back again to 2023. CEMEC began its journey with a wide global participation and really valuable outcomes. These insights, which we are about to hear, will remind us of two things: how far we have come and how much further we are aiming to go. Let us all welcome Mr. Youssef Ad-Dosari, sharing some insights of SMIC 23.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Here from the same venue and the same stage where we gathered 2 years ago, we once again come together. And as a chairman of this conference, it is a great honor to welcome you to the opening of the Sustainable Maritime Industry Conference 2025. In the first edition of SMIC back in 2023, across 3 days of rich discussions, we engaged on the challenges and opportunities of the maritime industry. Out of those discussions, we reached to a shared conclusion, articulated in 4 outcomes that we all agreed upon. We will go through these outcomes shortly, but before that, allow me to give you a glance on SMIC 2023. SMIC 2023 represented a true milestone for the maritime industry. It's brought together more than 2,000 participants from all continents and 50 distinguished speakers. The conference featured 10 panel discussions, 10 workshops, and the signing of 6 MOUs. Those insightful discussions resulted in 4 strategic outcomes. The first one was raising the awareness of ESG best practices across the international maritime sector through uniting stakeholders to embed ESG principles in our day-to-day activities. The second one, enhancing a collaboration across the maritime sector. In fact, during the first edition of SMIC, we signed an MOU on the development of autonomous vessels. And today, I'm glad to share with you a tangible example of this progress. At Zamel booth, you will be able to experience a live simulation that operates vessels remotely from Jeddah, while the vessel is physically located in Singapore. The third one was promoting circular economy in the maritime industry through creating new business models that support sustainable industry. And last but not least, we ended with the continuity of this conference as an esteemed platform for advancing sustainable initiatives in the industry, a vision that brings us together today. And here we are, a true testament to that vision, a gathering once again in Jeddah for SMIC 2025. So, stay tuned for a remarkable program ahead filled with opportunities to exchange knowledge, build partnerships, and shape together the future of a more safe, secure, and environmentally sound maritime industry. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now, let's take a moment to watch a short film showcasing CIMIC's journey and vision for the future.
SMIC 2025. Welcome to the second Sustainable Maritime Industry Conference, a global stage where the future of the seas is shaped, where maritime nations unite and sustainability is forged. It began at SMIC 2023. Over 2,000 participants from more than 170 nations, all gathered in the kingdom, all sharing one commitment to build a sustainable maritime future. That was the spark, a new journey that began in Jeddah, a journey that continues today. Guided by Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia embraces a bold future, a future of innovation, prosperity, and global partnership. From ports that will handle tens of millions of containers to the plantation of 100 million mangroves that protect our coasts. From building the world's first green hydrogen hub to restoring coral reefs and safeguarding biodiversity, the Kingdom's path forward is clear. Sustainability at the heart of progress. The Kingdom stands as a rising global force in maritime transformation. It is here where smart ports are reshaping trade, where hybrid and biofuel-powered vessels set sail, where offshore waste is recycled at sea, where autonomous vessels and drones expand the boundaries of possibility, and where women and young leaders are empowered to shape the industry's future. Every milestone tells a story, from training thousands of seafarers to leading IMO projects that support developing nations, from building the world's most advanced sustainable port at NEOM to establish state-of-the-art shipbuilding at the King Salman International Complex for maritime industries and services, and connecting Saudi Arabia to the world with new shipping lines and routes. And today at SMIC 2025, we gather once again to chart the next chapter, a chapter of growth, of opportunity, and of transformation. Together, we shape solutions for the maritime world, decarbonization, digitalization and technology, capacity building and sustainability. From the Kingdom to the world, Saudi Arabia is leading maritime transformation. Together, we sail toward a sustainable future. Welcome to SMIC 2025.
Your Excellency, Engineer Saleh Ibn Nasser Al Jasser, Minister of Transport and Logistics Services, we kindly invite you here to the stage to join us. Let's start the MOU signing ceremony. Let us start with the first MOU between Saudi Port Authority, represented by His Excellency Engineer Saleh Al Jasser, Chairman of Board of Mawana, and a Human Rights Commission represented by Her Excellency Dr. Khaled Twajri, President of a Human Rights Commission. This memorandum, under the theme of protecting human rights and promoting awareness related to the maritime sector, ports, and the rights of port workers. The next MOU between Transport General Authority of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, represented by His Excellency Dr. Rmayh, Vice Minister of Transport and Logistics Services, Acting President of the Transport General Authority, and Directorate General for Maritime Affairs of the Republic of Turkey, represented by Mr. Yunal Baylan, Director General for Maritime Affairs, and this one on mutual recognition on seafarers certificates. The third MOU between Transport General Authority, represented by His Excellency Dr. Rmayh, Vice Minister of Transport and Logistics Services, Acting President of the Transport General Authority, and International Maritime Organization, represented by Dr. Jose Mathical, Director of Technical Cooperation and Implementation. This Memorandum of Understanding will be on the second phase of Next Wave Seafarers project. The next MOU between Transport General Authority, represented by His Excellency Dr. Rmayh, Vice Minister of Transport and Logistics Services, Acting President of the Transport General Authority, and International Maritime Organization, represented by Dr. Jose Mathical, and World Maritime University, represented by Professor Maximo Mahia, President of World Maritime University. The MOU here is about WMU research project, Abandonment of Seafarer. The last MOU between Transport General Authority, represented by Yusuf Ad-Dosari, General Manager, Maritime Environment and Safety, and Methanol Institute, represented by Mr. Faisal Addas, Vice Chair of the Board of the Methanol Institute. This will be in maritime safety, environmental protection, and methanol operations. This MOU about maritime safety and environmental protection was the last one in the MOUs. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take a moment to honor our valued partners and sponsors whose support has been vital for the success of this conference. Let's begin by expressing our heartfelt gratitude to our diamond sponsors. Please join me in welcoming Mawana, represented by Engineer Sulaiman Al Mazrou, receiving their award on the stage. We would like also to invite our second diamond sponsor, Saudi Global Ports, represented by Mr. Rob Harrison. Welcome to the stage. Following this, our esteemed platinum sponsor, please join me in welcoming the following sponsors to the stage. Saudi Logistics Academy, represented by Dr. Abdullah Al-Abd Al-Karim. The next one, National Center of Environmental Compliance, represented by Engineer Ali Al-Ghamdi. Bahri, represented by Mr. Tahir Al-Dabbagh. Zamel, represented by Mr. Sufyan Zamel. Last but not least, Rawabi Valiance Offshore Services, represented by Mr. Saud Al-Turki. After that, we would like to honor our gold sponsors. We invite all representatives to join us on stage for a group photo. Faisal Hujji Associates Company, represented by Mr. Abdul Aziz Faisal Hujji. Mutual Marine Services Al-Mushtaraka, represented by Mr. Hassan Umar Badahdah. MSC, represented by Mr. Hisham Al-Ansari. VCM, represented by Mr. Eric Ringfold. And the last one, Red Sea Gateway Terminal, represented by Hamdi Nadra. We invite all the gold sponsors to come to the stage. I wish the rest will catch the group photo. We would like also to express our deepest appreciation to our silver sponsors. We invite all representatives to join us on stage for a group photo. First one, Remedium, Bihar International Company, National Maritime Academy, Azda Marine, Integrated Marine Solutions, American Bureau of Shipping, and the last one, Bureau Veritas. Ladies and gentlemen, our partners have not concluded yet. We gratefully acknowledge our logistics sponsor, Mohammed Youssef Naghi, BMW, for their exceptional support, represented by Dr. Ammar Naghi. تفضلوا من هنا الله يحفظكم. They deserve applause. A big thank to our media production partner. Let's welcome Zanjabil to the stage. Finally, SMIC 25 is powered by our event management professional pioneers. Please join me in welcoming Engineer Bender Allaf to the stage. And that was the last one. Thanks for all of our sponsors and partners for their invaluable support. Special thanks to your excellencies. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the ministerial session will start shortly. And Dr. Rumayh tell you, don't go away. Just stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to hand over to our esteemed moderator, Mr. Osama Al-Ansari, to welcome his guest to start the ministerial session. الله يحفظك الله يطول بعمرك.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Osama Al-Ansari, and it is my honor to serve as your session moderator for today's ministerial session. We are privileged to have with us a truly distinguished panel of ministers and leaders who are shaping the future of transport, logistics, and maritime across different regions of the world. Together, they bring diverse perspectives, yet share common goal, advancing sustainable, connected, and resilient transport systems. Allow me to introduce our esteemed panelists, His Excellency Engineer Saleh bin Nasser Al-Jasir, Minister of Transport and Logistics Services and Chairman of the Board, Transport General Authority, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And His Excellency Dr. Sheikh Abdullah ibn Ahmed Al Khalifa, Minister of Transportation and Telecommunications, Kingdom of Bahrain. Her Excellency Ms. Marina Hachmanoli, Shipping Minister to the President, Shipping Minister to the Shipping Ministry of the Republic of Cyprus. And Honorable Sir Leif R. Tyler, Minister of Transport, Republic of Liberia. And Honorable Denise Charles Pemberton, Minister for Tourism, International Transport and Maritime Initiatives, Government of Dominica. This is a truly remarkable gathering, and I'm confident that today's dialogue will provide insights of great value to all of us. To begin our discussion, I'd like to first turn to His Excellency Engineer Saleh bin Nasser Al-Jasir. How does the partnership between the public and private sectors contribute to realizing the Kingdom's ambition to become a global hub for transport and logistics?
Thank you very much. I would like to start by welcoming our guests to this very important and timely event. As we've seen, we have guests from around the world, different players of the industry, whether from government and the private sector. And it shows how important the private sector role in this sector, the maritime sector. Actually, the National Transportation and Logistics Strategy entails very huge ambitions and big investments. And these investments largely come from the private sector. It is estimated that about 80% of the investment in the transport and logistics strategy is done by the private sector. And partnership with the private sector, whether international or local, is very crucial to the implementation of the initiatives within the strategy. We already have in place very successful stories. For example, in the Mawani sector, in the port sector, we've already closed a number of partnerships with the private sector with investment of around 20 billion riyals. Almost all investments actually in our port is carried out successfully by the private sector. The private sector is leading the implementation of those programs, leading the operations. And we are moving into focusing on the regulatory part of the activity because this industry is very mature. Also, in all sectors of the transport and logistics, we have very solid existing and future partnership, whether in airports where we have today 4 airports are being discussed with the private sector. And in every activity within or every modes of transportation, we have partnerships that are fruitful for us implementing our own strategy, and it's fruitful for the private sector. It is very crucial that the environment be welcoming to the participation of the private sector with respect to the regulatory framework, clarity, and also in structuring the transactions in a way that will make it attractive to the private sector, opening the communication channel, not only when we have a structured opportunity, but we have them in the kitchen and part of the build-up of the structuring and the priorities of the opportunities that are presented in every stage. So it is very crucial to have a successful model of operating and partnering with the private sector. And I am personally proud of the existing partnership that we have with the private sector here in the Kingdom.
Your Excellency, Mike, please. Yeah, Your Excellency mentioned 80% of the maritime industry is by private sector. Is that a worldwide percentage or just for the Saudi market?
What I mentioned is what's happening here in Saudi Arabia, and it is not much different in many of the successful countries in this sector where the private sector is leading the investment, leading the operation in the sector.
Thank you indeed, the private sector, for your contribution. Thank you indeed, Your Excellency, for your valuable insights. If I may now turn to His Excellency Dr. Sheikh Abdullah bin Ahmed Al Khalifa for his perspective. Your Excellency, what have been the most significant disruptions to maritime supply chains, from global crises to regional tensions such as threats in the Red Sea, and what strategies have proven most effective in strengthening their resilience and sustainability?
I'd like to start by thanking His Excellency Engineer Saleh Al-Jasser and His Excellency Dr. Meher and their capable team for putting this conference together and for inviting me to be part of this distinguished panel. I believe maritime supply chains in our region have experienced diverse disruptions, global ones such as the pandemic, climate change, digital transformation, and regional ones arising from geopolitical tensions in our area, including instability in the Red Sea by piracy and terrorist attacks and threats. The response to such disruptions lies in three essential pillars. One is digitalization, by integrating real-time tracking systems and predictive analytics, enabling us to anticipate risks and mitigate their impact. And during the opening of the exhibition this morning, along with His Excellency, we have seen some digital technologies that entails that. Real-time tracking systems would be essential in addressing this challenge. Two, public-private collaboration, serving as a cornerstone for rapid response in times of crisis, whether environmental or security related. And three, it's integrating sustainability with maritime security. In recognizing that sustainability extends beyond the environmental dimension to encompass enhanced security and safety within the maritime realm, investing in secure shipping corridors, and in a way the role of effective maritime diplomacy in reducing the tensions within the region, I believe would be essential to reduce the impact on global trade, alongside green solutions that increases efficiency and lower emissions. So this demonstrates that sustainability resilience, and maritime security, both operational and geopolitical, are inseparable. And they demonstrate that altogether, they provide a foundation for a regional infrastructure within the maritime sector that can face the future with confidence and can contribute to stability in global trade.
Thank you indeed. We deeply appreciate your thoughtful contribution. Your Excellency, allow me now to invite Her Excellency, Ms. Marina Hachimanol, to share her views. How can stronger cooperation between states translate into tangible benefits for the shipping industry, such as improved efficiency, safer operations, and faster innovation?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Sama, for the question. And I want to thank the Minister for the invitation and congratulations for a very well-organized conference. We all know that maritime transport does not act in isolation. And this is very important because it's there that we need our voices not only to be heard louder, but we need the synergies. You don't need to speak alone. And I think that now is the moment to understand that international cooperation is the key to open the doors. And we all have, as countries, our challenges. Regional synergies are important, but if we don't have the international cooperation and if we don't have the synergies in the IMO, in the ILO, and in all the other international fora, then we cannot build a stronger maritime nation as we want to be. And we have seen that during the disruptions, how the economies were affected, how everything was struggling. And we all know that maritime transportation is the #1 force in order to move everything around the world. So yes, and this is, I believe, the moment for all the ministers and us that are here today to understand that if we can find the synergies, if we understand each other, then we can take it further. And congratulations for today, because it's very important to collaborate, to mix everybody together, and for the voice of each and every maritime nation to be heard around the world. And you know, Cyprus is strategically located as a European country at the southeast, but it is the only country that is nearer to the Arab world. And I think this is very important because by this we can understand the nature, the challenges, and the responsibilities that we all have to face.
True. Thank you indeed for sharing such an enlightening perspective, Your Excellency. I'd now like to bring Honorable Sirleaf Tyler into the conversation. What is the strategic role of maritime transport in global trade?
Well, I would like to thank the people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for inviting us here, especially His Excellency, the Minister of Transport and Logistics. Your hospitality is overwhelming, but we are glad we are here. The strategic importance of maritime transport in security, supply chains, and boosting economic resilience cannot be overstated. The World Bank and UNCTAD report that maritime transport accounts for about 80 to 90% of world trade. Therefore, it is a reasonable conclusion to surmise that maritime transport is the backbone of international trade and a catalyst for accelerating globalization by connecting producers and suppliers, markets, consumers, and other people along the supply chain around the world. We saw during COVID, we witnessed how major international transportation models were shut down. However, marine transport and port infrastructure remain fully operational, providing their resilience by facilitating transportation and delivering critical commodities and other services to many parts of the world. And those commodities included medical supplies to the needed hospitals around the world. Indeed, maritime transport and port infrastructures are strategic assets to drive economic transformation and their adaptability to regulatory changes and standard of training for seafarers, and the improvement in ship designs and construction are the ever-growing foundation of maritime transport resilience. But I'd like to add a human factor to that. When the Secretary General of the IMO was talking about women in the maritime sector, or the transport sector in general, I would like to share a story of a lady called Monica Kendi. She started from the bottom. I mean, this is somebody that from the worst destitutional part of our society. Today, she has risen, and now she's the crown jewel representing Liberia at many conventions, and also she's on ships around the world. I would just like to share that story. See, for us, maritime is a big revenue-generating thing for our national budget. It contributes millions and millions of dollars to us. So all of the things mentioned and all of the ideals of this convention, or this conference rather, is extremely, extremely important to us. I'd like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Thank you, Minister, for those important insights. Let us now hear from Honorable Denise Charles Pemberton. How do we bridge the digital divide and ensure smaller economies are not left behind in the maritime technology revolution?
Thank you for the question, but first I bring greetings from the beautiful nature island of the Caribbean, the Commonwealth of Dominica, not to be confused with the Dominican Republic. I first want to commend His Excellency Shale Al-Jazer, Minister of Transport and Logistics, for his kind arrangements and generous hospitality of his team, his efforts to reduce carbon emissions, and genuine interest in small island developing states. As a small island developing state, I can share with you it's terrifying living at the front line of climatic events, the constant disruptions, and how costly these events can be. For example, in the case of Dominica, over the last 10 years, climatic events has cost us about $1.9 billion US, which is about 4 times our GDP. Yet, because we are resilient people, our faith in God, and strong global partners, we remain determined to build a sustainable future for our people. So I'm particularly excited about the theme, Sailing Towards a More Sustainable Future, and the comments by the Secretary General of IMO and the Minister of Transportation. So I'm just going to make a couple suggestions which I believe can lead to ensuring that we have a more inclusive approach and no countries left behind. I want to propose a twinning model, a big brother concept, where a major maritime or advanced maritime nation can adopt a small island developing state to help us increase operational efficiency. It will assist with skills transference, mentorship, building cyber resilience as we go into automation and AI, strengthen digital literacy among maritime workers, and advise on green energy solutions, especially for shore power. And you know that the advancement required to modernize our ports and for digital transformation can be quite costly, especially for small island developing states who have opportunities forgone because of the investments we have to make to recover from climatic events. A global maritime solidarity fund to support small island developing states with renewable energy initiatives, port modernization, and digital transformation. I believe that as leaders, every generation has a contribution to make. We must prepare future leaders who are empowered with knowledge, digital tools, environmentally conscious, and globally connected. The future of maritime will not only be defined by larger or smarter ports, but as the Secretary General stated, how inclusive we ensure we are, that no country is left behind, and how we ensure that we give our planet and our people the best chance at a sustainable future. Thanks.
Thank you indeed. Thank you, Minister. May I return now to His Excellency Engineer Saleh. What is the Kingdom's long-term vision for enhancing its position as a global transport and logistics hub in the decades to come?
Well, actually Saudi Arabia today enjoys a fantastic position within the industry, but with the Vision 2030, which is guiding all our activities and the implementation of the transport and logistics strategy and the different programs within it for every mode of transportation and logistics, we're building on a clear vision and a clear implementation plan that will take us to be a truly global logistics hub. We're building on the location, the fantastic location that we have in the middle of 3 continents, close to major international shipping lines, the Red Sea, where 13% of the global trade is passing by, and in the Arabian Gulf, where 30% of the global oil is exported from that region, building on a very strong infrastructure and ambitious plan to expand and to upgrade and to improve the infrastructure that we have, employing the latest technology, the right policies, the right regulatory framework, and doing all of this while working with the international community, working with our partners, working with the private sector, and also protecting the environment and reducing the impact on the environment. I'm very optimistic about the future. Actually, if we look at the international reports that are issued by the World Bank or by many of the global institutions, it's showing how much Saudi Arabia is progressing toward its objectives. We've already jumped 17 ranks with the LPI, the Logistics Performance Index. Our connectivity is improving, our partnerships are improving, our collaboration within the multilateral and also bilateral activities with different countries all are helping us to continue to progress toward our ambitious programs.
Thank you indeed, Your Excellency. Now I'd like to turn again to His Excellency Dr. Sheikh Abdullah bin Ahmed Al Khalifa. Given current regional efforts, how would you assess the impact of a regional maritime sustainability index on maritime sector sustainability and related industry?
I believe having a regional maritime sustainability index would be a strategic tool to enhance cooperation amongst our countries, as it will provide a common language, it will provide a objective benchmark that would evaluate performances in essential areas such as emissions, safety, operational efficiency, and human capital. And I believe this index would allow us to enhance data sharing and transparency across ports and countries, and therefore enhancing trust and reinforcing existing partnerships. And it will allow direct investments towards the most impactful projects, such as green ports, such as clean fuel initiatives. And third, it will highlight regional competitiveness globally, serving as an international reference point that would demonstrate the region's commitment to maritime and environmental competitiveness and governance. And I believe the opening remarks that were delivered by His Excellency were not merely an opening remarks just to welcome everybody to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and to the conference, but it actually was more of a roadmap. And it highlighted how committed the region is, with the cornerstone being Saudi Arabia, towards maritime governance and environmental governance. And it goes hand in hand all together. So I believe having a regional maritime sustainability index is not merely a measuring tool, but in fact, it would be a platform for regional and international cooperation that can raise the level of maritime sustainability and position our region as a whole at the forefront of the global blue economy.
Thank you indeed, Your Excellency. Back to you, Your Excellency, Ms. Marina Hachimanoli. Given that maritime transport is a global industry, how can international collaboration on training standards and workforce inclusion help ensure seafarers everywhere are prepared for the digital and sustainable transition?
Yes, we all know that the strength of the maritime industry has always rested on the people. But unfortunately, we were very late to understand that we need to skill and reskill the people in order for all of the technologies to be able to move front and forward. And we have put all our effort and we have seen the technology growing a lot, but we need also to reskill the people, because without the people, who will lead the ships? So I'm very happy to see the initiatives from the IMO. I'm very happy to see initiatives from the European Union. And I believe that it's time also for everybody to understand that we need international regulations, because they need to act in all together. We cannot have different regulations in each country as it is unilateral. And as Cyprus is preparing to lead the presidency of the European Council of the European Union in January, we have it very high on our agenda to have a declaration about the reskilling of the seafarers, because we believe that if we both work together, then we can find the solution. And it's here that it is important also to highlight about the gender and what everybody is saying about the inclusion. And we have seen a lot of happening the last years in every country, but we're still behind. And we need to do a lot more on that aspect, but I'm very happy to see that everybody is discussing it. And congratulations also to the Secretary General of the IMO that has opened the door in the panels for every panel to have a woman participating. And congratulations, and today for having 2 women participating on the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed, Your Excellency. Minister Tyler, back to you. Please tell us about the regional and international cooperation, building stronger partnership between coastal flag and port states to promote sustainable maritime growth.
See, we all know that shipping is truly an international venture. There is a need for entrenched regional and international cooperation. But the regional coordination must underscore fairness, equality, mutual benefits, and a shared responsibility by promoting and safeguarding global interest for the good of all nations in this room. This brings me to the point of harmonized implementation and enforcement of international maritime instruments by flags, port, and coastal states, noting that the sacrosanct right of freedom of navigation and the corresponding obligation across these 3 jurisdictions, flag, port, and coastal states. Additionally, regional and international cooperation is pivotal as we move to see the emergence of regional maritime clusters like the Gulf Cooperation Council, Maritime Organization of West and Central Africa, that have introduced safety regulations for ships that are not covered by the IMO conventions. And for regional port state control bodies that are in the front line to eradicate substandard ships aimed at promoting safe and sustainable shipping. But I just want to go back to the point where Her Excellency Minister of Transport from Dominica said. Her statement, I believe, was a call to global action. Liberia has a population of about 5.6 million people. Yet, just yet, we are one of the largest flagship bearers in the world. So I will be introducing you. I want Liberia to take this initiative, and other nations can follow. You have my support. I will be introducing you to the head of our maritime agency who is in this room to see where there are synergies and where we can help as a flag-bearing nation to see how we can bring you, your country, to the standards that all countries cannot be left behind. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you indeed. And let me turn again to Honorable Denise Charles Pemberton. How can policies assess to upskill seafarers, enhance training programs, and attract youth to strengthen human capital in the maritime sector in the digital age? In the briefing session, you assured that you wanted to talk about strengthening human and youth specifically.
Yes. We have all agreed that we have a shrinking maritime workforce. So the question is, how do we make maritime more attractive for young people, careers in maritime? And so I think we have an opportunity to have greater youth engagement in the maritime industry if we have more youth symposiums where we feature careers in maritime and, remove that old-fashioned look of maritime and make it more global, more high-tech, and more of a global career, maybe even have a blue economy framework where we can reclassify seafarers, and rebranding maritime jobs, as I mentioned. And I believe if we could also consider establishing a youth maritime council. And I know that many countries like Saudi Arabia and even the IMO organization have done a lot for training and scholarships, but I think we need a more targeted approach especially when it comes for small island developing states, which may not have the capital because of climate disruptions to heavily invest in its human capital, that we can target more scholarships to small island nations. And I also think that we can create a central global portal where scholarships, cadet internships opportunities, and job opportunities are shared or posted by all maritime countries, which will make it more easily accessible to young people looking for those opportunities. So I think we have a shared responsibility to build a robust global workforce, and I believe together, if we work as one team, one voice, I believe we will definitely be able to attract more young people and even women to the maritime sector. But we have to take action now.
Yes, true. Thank you indeed, Honorable Denise. For 30 seconds, we're running out of time, so for 30 seconds, let's have a closing remark from each, starting with you, Honorable Denise. Closing remarks.
Well, I want to first thank the Honorable Minister for having this forum. I believe when we come to global platforms like this, as the Minister said, it gives us an opportunity to dialogue, to strengthen our relationships, because we all want the same outcomes, a better planet and a more sustainable future for our people. And with the resources on the global scale, I believe that we can achieve a lot to ensure that we have a better world in the future.
Thank you indeed, Honorable Denise. You, Mr. Honorable Sir Leif, please, let's have your remarks, closing remarks.
I know I have just 30 seconds, but I'll do my best. Anyways, I'm glad to be here, Liberia is, and thanks to His Excellency, the Minister of Transport, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This could not be a better forum. And my hope is that everything discussed here should be applied regionally. Every ideas, every thought, everything that's positive that moves maritime, that facilitates the movement of goods and services across country, that encourage regional cooperations and integration, where people are treated fairly, where nations can be lifted up to join other nations at the highest table and make decisions that affect global calling and global sustainability in maritime. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. And to you, Your Excellency, Ms. Marina Hachmanoli.
Yes, I believe that every conference is an opportunity to learn. And I'm very happy that today we have learned a lot. And it's not about whose voice will be heard louder, but it's how many voices will be heard together. And this is my closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Your Excellency. And to you, Dr. Sheikh Abdullah.
Well, I believe the maritime industry is an ongoing development sector that all of us need to develop collectively. Focusing on digitalization to ensure 3 essential pillars to develop the maritime industry: to ensure operational efficiency, to ensure safety and security, and to focus on reducing emissions. And I believe having an exhibition alongside the conference today will help us all getting the knowledge that we need to hear and engaging with our regional and international partners and having a closer look at the advanced technological opportunities that we can incorporate to enhance our maritime industry collectively.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And last but not least, Your Excellency, Engineer Saleh.
Well, I think by working together, we can grow together and we can achieve together. No matter how big is our differences, I think we share the same planet, we share the same objective. By using venues like this, we can achieve the common objective of everyone.
Inshallah. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking our distinguished panelists. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our esteemed ministers and leaders. And still we have one session before the break. We will proceed now to the leadership perspective on sustainable future of maritime industry session, where they will guide us through the latest in maritime leadership and innovation. Let me invite and leave the floor for the esteemed and distinguished moderator, Mr. Yusuf Ad-Dosri.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you all for making the time to stay until this panel discussion. I'm very glad and thrilled to welcome our distinguished speakers who will join me on the stage to share their thoughts from their perspective as the leaders of the maritime administrations. I'm having a very good combination between head of maritime administration from different continents. I welcome Her Excellency, Engineer Hissa Al-Malik, the head of maritime in UAE. His Excellency, Mr. Omar from Salvador, the head of maritime administration in Salvador. His Excellency, Mr. Yunal Baylan from Turkey. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Yeah, if you can just switch because of the photo. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to welcome our distinguished panelists today. I will start with Her Excellency Engineer Hissa Al-Malik. And UAE is a very active maritime nation, so I would like to hear her perspective on how the Flag State Authority strike a balance between economic growth in maritime transport and the need to protect the environment. Please, Ms. Hissa.
First of all, thank you for having me on this panel discussion. And allow me to express our vision and our position in UAE. As you all know, UAE considered one of the biggest maritime hubs worldwide. Our geographic location with all the institute and assets that we have in UAE I think it gives us a privilege to be a front runner in a different pillars. New AE, as you know, we consist of 7 different authorities in 7 different emirates. We, as a Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure in charge of maritime sector, try to work as an umbrella to assure that all the country, all the companies, all even with the international traders and ship owners comply with the international regulation. The maritime sector is not a local or a Gulf sector, it's a global sector. So we do our best to assure that everybody is comply, for example, with the Marble Convention. We set our own strategy. This strategy was not be set unless we set with our partners, with the private sector, with the other governmental sector, because as you know, UAE have the vision of net zero 2050. And this is part of our UAE strategy 2071. So, there's no excuses. We have to work hard with our partner, empower them with the needed legislation to allow them, and then we all together will work together to reach this vision for UAE Net Zero 2050. And this will be part of the global regime to reach also the decarbonization and the green systems.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's very strategic and systematic approach on how UAE is handling this topic. We are equally delighted to host the head of Maritime Authority of El Salvador, Commander Omar, representing a nation strategically positioned on the Pacific coast. I've been told that 300 kilometers long is the coast on the Pacific Ocean, and El Salvador is relying quite a lot on the maritime activities and port operation. And so would like to hear your perspective on how the maritime transport face both the environment and commercial pressures. How should the administration approach these challenges, given the nature of these topics?
Good afternoon, Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Salam alaikum. I am Captain Omar Hernandez, the Commander-in-Chief of El Salvadorian Navy, and I want to take this opportunity to say thanks to the Minister of Transportation and Logistics Service, Your Excellency Bin Nasser, and his team for making possible the presence of El Salvadorian delegation in the second Sustainable Maritime Industry Conference. But before I answer your question, I just want to share a short description of my country, which it doesn't appear in the global map. It's very small, but it is 20,000 square kilometers, located in Central America. We have 6.5 million people, and since 2019, we are transforming our country, led by our President, Nayib Bukele. We have reached a good result in the security matters, from being in 2015 the most dangerous countries around the world to be in 2024 the safest country in the Occidental Hemisphere. But we are not working just in the security matters. We are working also in the education, in health, in social laws, in other matters, but the last and not least, the maritime area that is very important for our country and for development. Like you say, we have just 300 kilometers from the coast. Is only 10% that you have here in Saudi Arabia. It is about 3,000 from the coast. It's very small. But we have a strategic position because we are located in the central part of the all American continent. But for your question, I think the all administration have challenges in the environmental and commercial things. But we cannot face this alone by isolation because I think we can have just a small solution for region or for country. We need to be aligned with the IMO. In our case, we in Central America, we have an entity, it's called ROCRAM CA. It's gathering the maritime authorities of the Central America country plus Dominican Republic. And we are working together, making conference, making meetings in order to discuss all that kind of problem. The agreement that we have, the IMO, they are giving us direction. Actually, this time is running the conference from the ROCRAN CA in Managua, Nicaragua, and they are discussing the advance that we have in some agreement with the IMO. So I think this problem can be addressed all together because it's not isolated. We share all seas around the world, so we need to work aligned with IMO.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and I'm glad to hear about how strong the security is managed in El Salvador. I move now and we are honored to welcome the head of Maritime Authority of Turkey, His Excellency Mr. Palyan, representing a country with one of the world's most busiest straits, like Bosphore and others. If you allow me, I will start with you with why is the regional and global cooperation is essential in addressing maritime challenges.
Thank you, Yusuf. Selamun Aleyküm. Excellencies, distinguished ministers, esteemed maritime professionals, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is a great pleasure for me to participate in this great event. I would like to thank our friends from Saudi Arabia Maritime Authority for their kind invitations and warm hospitality. I am also conveying greetings of our Minister of Transport in Turkey, Abdülkadir, all of you. Today, the maritime sector faces multiple and interconnected challenges, wars and conflicts, tariff wars, trade restriction, and most importantly, the urgent demands of environmental transformations. Instabilities in our region, as well as other parts of the world, continue to put significant pressure on maritime trade and supply chains. As the country with the longest coastline in Black Sea and Mediterranean, Turkey directly affected to these risks. Nevertheless, last years we remained committed to ensuring resilience and sustainable growth of the maritime sector. Turkey fleet capacity of approximately 53 million deadweight tons is the 11th rank of all of the world. Last year, nearly 532 million tons cargo handled in our 188 ports facility, 5 of which rank among the world's top 100 busiest container ports in the world. Our national target is to elevate our fleet into global top 10, make our ports more competitive, and secure a lasting global positions through maritime model leads in green technology. The upcoming MAPC meeting in October will be crucial in shipping global decarbonization policies in shipping. We must also overcome challenges such as limited access to alternative fuels and technologies, as well as shipyard construction capacities and recycling facilities for existing renewable ships. In this context, Turkish Maritime Administration has taken comprehensive measures to prevent disruption, supply chain, and mitigate security, safety, and environmental risks posed by shadow fleet, false registrations, and substandard vessels. We monitor our seas through advanced ship tracking systems, prevent unauthorized and unsafe ship-to-ship operation, and enforce strict port state control measures keep standard ships. However, these threats, whether environmental, commercial, or security-related, are inherently transboundary. No single nations can effectively address them in isolation. This is why regional or international cooperation between maritime authorities more crucial than ever. Shared seas demand shared solutions and cooperations. In this respect, the International Maritime Organizations provides indispensable platforms for building consensus, strengthening global standards, and ensuring fair implementations. Turkey attaches great importance to all efforts carried out under IMO framework and actively support initiatives that enhance cooperation, mutual trust between maritime authorities. We are determined to continue working with our partners, safeguard global shipping to advance green and digital transition of the maritime industry, and contribute to peace and stability in our region. Above all, we will remain engaged both at the table and the field with a firm belief that cooperation only way forward for a safe, secure, and sustainable maritime operation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balilan, for highlighting the needs of collaboration between the different maritime authorities from different countries. Back to Your Excellency, Engineer Hassa. Would like to hear your view about how does the UAE view its role as a flag state authority in leading the transition towards sustainable maritime industry?
Okay. I believe our role goes through three main pillars. First of all, legislation, then integration, and implementation and enforcement. We assure that our legislation is up to date, comply with the international standard, and meet the requirement that will lead or to meet the needed and high target that's being set through our government. Integration, it means it's not only at the level of the Emirates or the Gulf. We have to integrate on a global level. UAE become an active member in a different initiative. Like, for example, we signed the Clyde Bank Declaration. We joined the Green Shipping Corridor. Also, we are a member at the Clean Energy Ministerial Marine Hub. So all those global initiatives, plus that we as a Gulf country work together to create a green shipping corridor between Gulf countries. All those initiatives with the private sector, with the main player, will lead us to the, direct us to the implementation. Implementation would be, you know, if they saw that there's a strong legislation, there's a quite good integration on a different level, then the implementation will be by SAYS. And at the same time, we have, you know, a role to empower the new entrepreneur at the green shipping and marine sector. At the same time, we have plans and strategy to empower also the research and development center, because without empowering those two main players, our industry will lag behind. So we rely more on research and development, we rely on integration at different level, and assure that our legislation up to date, and we have the quite good tools to implement those legislation.
Thank you very much, Engineer Hassa, and for emphasizing on the need of the cooperation with the private sector to help in the implementation stage. Thank you very much. Back to you, Your Excellency, Mr. Omar. What is the role, what role has your administration played in building alliances at the IMO, particularly with the island and developing states?
Well, I forgot to tell you that recently we opened our embassy here in Saudi Arabia. That is part of the role that we are doing, because in the government plan, we have a strategic line which is to develop the maritime area. So we are working in many phases, in many parts of this. And the first one is that we are a part of the COCATRAN, which is the maritime transportation of Central America. I am part of the board, and we are doing or following the meetings and the implementation of initiative of the IMO in this case. And also, we are working very hard, you know, to see the maritime area. Also, our embassy in London is working hard with different partnerships, different organizations as well, to build this role, this administration, the importance of the maritime issues. So we're working in that areas. Also, our government is open like a series, the maritime series. You know, we have now two small series we call surf series, by the way, and we are making international tournament every year. So there are many things that we are doing in maritime. We know that we are starting. We need to be working in that things, but we are working on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omar, and for highlighting and shedding light on how strategic partnerships and alliances that you are playing with the multiple national and international parties. Mr. Bailan, what is the role of human in building sustainable shipping among all these challenges and this change and challenges?
Thank you, Yusuf. Maritime authorities today face unprecedented challenges. Decarbonization, digitization, and geopolitical uncertainties are reshaping our industry faster than ever before. In this environment, maritime administration cannot remain limited to their classic supervisory functions. We must guide and enable the transitions toward a sustainable future for shipping. At the center of this transformation stands the human element. From the desalination to decarbonizations, technology may provide the tools, but it is people who will determine the success. A ship fueled by hydrogen or ammonia cannot operate safely without trained seafarers. Advanced digital platforms cannot improve efficiency unless operators know how to use them effectively and securely. This is why maritime training must adapt this change. Traditional education programs, which focused mainly on navigation and engineering, are no longer sufficient. Today, seafarers must understand alternative fuels and energy efficiency. They must be comfortable with data-driven operation, digital platforms, and they must adopt to environmental responsibilities now define our industry. We have a duty to ensure that maritime education and training institutions evolve parallel with these demands. As maritime administrations, we must also keep pace with this change. In Turkey, we have transformed all seafarer service into electronic services, and more than 140,000 our seafarers complete all formalities online by themselves. Furthermore, we are deepening cooperation between government, academia, industry to make sure all seafarers are prepared for the ships and system tomorrow. We are preparing courses on cybersecurity and green transformations. We believe that investing in human capital is the single most effective way to secure, safe, resilient, and sustainable transition.
It's 13 hours.
By empowering our people with the right skills, mindset, we ensure that they don't merely adopt the change but actively lead it. The challenges ahead are formidable, yet history demonstrates that the maritime sector has, as always, found its ways, crises and transformations. What is required today? Realistic, determined and visionary leadership to uphold all global commitments built and inclusive model developed without leaving any country. Finally, I sincerely congratulate to all stakeholders for realization to wonderful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Balyan, thank you very much for emphasizing on the importance of the capacity building needed to make the seafarers future ready to be more sustainable and so on. And I guess you are the best one to talk about the risk associated with the alternative fuels. I read about you actually before the panel, and I've been told that, or I've seen that you are managing national project how to manage dangerous goods in Turkey. So it was wonderful how you speak about the risk associated with those new fuels. If you allow me, distinguished panelists, to share closing remarks from your end, please, Your Excellency, Engineer Hassa.
I believe that we cannot work in silo. Such event and such gathering will, minimize the distance between nations, and we can work together to build a better and stronger strategy and steps toward the decarbonization and become more greener maritime sector. I believe that we have to join force and work together toward those goals.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Mr. Omar?
Yes, this is a great opportunity, this conference, because we are here many countries from developed small island and countries like my country that are developing during the day, and this is the great opportunity to be together to discuss the solution to make the maritime industry greater. And I think we have all different ideas. We can get together, to solve the problem, not just in the region, just around the world, because we share our seas, we share commerce, we share everything. Now, the world is very small at this time, so we need to work in this issue every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Yeah, Mr. Baryan.
Thank you. Actually, the world is changing speedily. All different countries react these changings different way. We have to understood and support each other, find best solution for shipping industry and our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baryan. With that, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, today's discussion has shown that while our challenges may differ, our commitment to a sustainable and resilient maritime future unites us all. Thank you, our distinguished panelists, and to all for joining and making the time to attend this important dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. The MOUs are ongoing and still being signed. We invite you all to witness these signings at the exhibition area. Ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again on the shores of progress and sustainability, the conference program continues after the break for 60 minutes. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم سرعة التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. We are starting shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We kindly invite you to take your seats. We will now continue with the sessions under the theme of Energy Efficiency in Shipping, Pathways for Emissions Reduction. Before we proceed, we invite you all to watch this video.
The sea has always been our lifeline. It connects nations, it powers trade, it fuels progress. Today, Saudi Arabia is charting a new course, a course where prosperity and responsibility sail together, where growth protects the planet that sustains us. This is the spirit of Vision 2030, an ambitious nation, a thriving economy, a vibrant society. And at the kingdom's ports, this vision comes alive. As His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman said, "We are working to protect our planet, as climate change is not only a challenge, but an opportunity for innovation and economic growth." Guided by this vision, Mawani has launched a comprehensive sustainability strategy built on innovation, responsibility, and partnerships to transform Saudi ports into a global model of green maritime excellence. At Jeddah Islamic Port, semi-automated ship-to-shore cranes, among the largest in the world, operate with clean energy, setting new standards for sustainable port operations, able to receive the largest ships in the world. At King Abdulaziz Port in Dammam, 80 electric, zero-emission trucks replace traditional fleets, cutting harmful emissions and improving air quality. Along the eastern and western shores, advanced buoys and marine markers, deployed with the National Center for Environmental Compliance, enable real-time monitoring, strengthen pollution control, and safeguard biodiversity. And with smart air and water monitoring systems, we protect both our coasts and the communities that depend on them. As part of our future initiatives, new waste reception facilities, fully compliant with the MARPOL Convention, will be established with an annual capacity of 70,000 tons, advancing the kingdom's circular economy and ensuring sustainable maritime practices. Across our facilities, solar power stations are being developed to integrate renewable energy into every stage of operations. But sustainability is more than technology. It is people. Ambitious, skilled, determined. Mawani is a cornerstone of sustainable trade, anchoring Saudi Arabia's leadership in maritime excellence and environmental responsibility.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great comeback. We had anonymous and very great signing MOEs. And actually, now it's time for upcoming keynote speaker, Engineer Sulaiman Al-Mazrou, President of the Saudi Ports Authority, Mawani.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullah wa barakatuh. And very good afternoon to all of you. Ports are often seen as steel, cranes, and containers, symbols of trade and progress. But hidden within these ports are silent witnesses of our planet's story. Tide gauges installed in ports more than 150 years ago have been quietly recording sea levels day after day and decade after decade. They don't just track the tides, they reveal the rising seas of climate change. And here lies the paradox. The very ports that drive globalization and economic growth are also fourth-line witnesses to its environmental consequences. And this is why sustainability in port is not just an aspiration. It's a duty written in the tides themselves, especially while the world is facing a defining moment: climate change, shifting supply chains, and accelerated technologies. In Saudi Arabia, under Vision 2030, sustainability is not a slogan, it's a national commitment. Our ports are being reimagined not only as a gateway of trade, but as a gateway for a greener and more balanced global future. Our responsibility to reduce emissions, to protect marine ecosystem, and to adopt cleaner and smarter technologies. And allow me to share some of the steps Saudi ports are already taking to transform. We are introducing renewable energy solutions across ports. Key terminals are being equipped to provide ship with electricity at berth, cutting emissions while vessels are docked. With advanced automation, AI-driven logistics, and digital platforms, we are reducing insufficiencies and lowering our carbon footprints. We have established frameworks for waste management and water control, protecting biodiversity along our coasts. Energy-efficient equipment like LED and water conservation system are becoming standards in our ports. These are not ambitions, these are realities in progress, while we are putting our greener foundations. But beyond infrastructure and technologies, the true strength of maritime lies in its people. From seafarers who cross oceans to the port operators and maritime professionals who keep our gateways running, to the unseen enablers who ensure the flow of the trade. They are the guardians of continuity. Their resilience mirrors the resilience of global trade itself. They deserve recognition, they deserve protection and support as we chart the future together. And we are planning a new generation of maritime leaders, engineers, and innovators equipped with the skills to master alternative fuels, AI-driven operations, and digital logistics. Human capital is the true renewable energy of sustainability. Without it, no port and no nation can lead the future. And as the ocean connects us all, also no port and no country can achieve sustainability in isolation. And Saudi Arabia is committed to work hand in hand with international organizations, regulators, and industry leaders. Together we will shape the standard and agreements that ensure growth and sustainability advance in harmony. In Saudi, we reject the false choice between growth and green. Our vision is balanced, growth that drives prosperity, green that protect our planets, governance that ensure both endure. For centuries, ports have measured the tides of history. Today, they measure something greater, the urgency of our responsibility. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming panel discussion are Executive Leaders' Insights. I'm leaving the floor for Engineer Kamal Al-Junaidi, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at IMO.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It's a pleasure and a privilege for me to moderate this panel today, and I would like to call Engineer Khalid Al-Hamad, President of Ship Management of Bahri, to the stage. and Engineer Ali Al-Ghamdi, the CEO of National Center for Environment and Compliance, to the stage, please. Engineer Talal Al-Shafi, President, Assistance of Survey and Geopolitical Activities, on the stage. And the last, not least, Professor Mahia, President of WMU, the World Maritime University. Thank you. This thing, it's working. Your Excellencies, what an honor to have you in this panel, are leaders from Saudi Arabia and also international leader with educations. And I would just want to start just to break the ice with Excellency Engineer Khalid. Back in 2012, he was my boss. So now I'm having this panel with him.
Tells you how old I am.
So, Your Excellencies, we want to, for your enrichment insights about your role, what you have done so far. Let me start with Engineer Ali, with your responsibility and the Vision 2030, of course, and you have a lot to achieve, KPIs as well, and great ambitions. Let me ask you, Engineer Ali, how can Saudi Arabia continue expanding its maritime sector while ensuring the strict adherence to the Saudi international obligations and environmental conventions such as MARBL, the ballast water management, and international maritime dangerous goods, without slowing down the investment or any downsides on this growth or grounds in the port, etc., and the maritime industry? Please go ahead.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulullah. Thank you, Kamal. First, let me really thank the Ministry of Transportation and Logistics for this platform that will help actually engaging with everybody to sustain our maritime strategy, to make Saudi Arabia as a leader and a leading hub in Middle East and worldwide. Kamal, congratulations for the good job you're doing actually as permanent representative for Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
And the good job is you are helping Saudi Arabia to show its capabilities and how Vision 2030 help really to achieve our vision for the best maritime and Saudi Arabia as the best hub in the globe. Let me re-emphasize and reconfirm what we hear since the morning. We hear His Excellency Al-Jasser, other speakers, where they said that the seas is our, let me say it like it's our nation progress. It's the asset that we have today that will generate revenue, not for us, for the further generation coming in the future. With that, the growth of the maritime industry and the environmental compliance and protection are not an opposite. They go hand by hand. Of course, the compliance will be actually the gate and it will secure the sustainability of the maritime. You ask about how we make this growth with the compliance to international law and the national law, of course. The beauty in the international law, and this is the good job you're doing, it's more flexible and leaving the nation, based on their circumstances and needs, build their own national regulation. And in Saudi Arabia, we are committed to those, MARBL, of course, dangerous good management, and ballast water even management. And it's crucial for us to protect our seas. We took this and we put it part of our law, whereas there is an article said that we are committed to those signing protocols or code or treaties or an agreement. That being explained more in details within our national regulation. We have 17 regulations. One of them is specifically for marine environment and called Sustainable Marine Environment. You know, Marble is focusing more on preventing oil pollution, chemical pollution, waste management, and others. We are so committed. We hear today Mr. Al-Mazrou, Engineer Al-Mazrou, President of Moane, how they are committed to that, where we have last conference, we announced that the Red Sea being announced as a special zone or an area, and we are committed to that. In 2025, it's affected, and therefore Moane work to have reception facilities with the help of other parties and the private sectors. But definitely, that's not enough. What is needed today, we need to ensure the compliance. Therefore, the center part of his initiatives and project, we work with the private sector, public and private partnership, to make sure that we have the best technologies for monitoring and for compliance, where today we do have launched more than 35 buoys. We are utilizing drones. We're utilizing operation vehicles, remote operation vehicles. We utilize the radar, the satellites, with the help of the partner that we have today to make sure that we do have the right monitoring to make sure that we implement those treaties. From part of ballast water, definitely we hear also Mr. Al-Mazrou about that, but we utilize the private sector to help us to do the monitoring and to ensure compliance of all parties within that. Same thing with the dangerous good. We do have an initiative to create a base line and have a database for all chemical within Saudi Arabia that being traded off to make sure that we track every dangerous good within Saudi Arabia. As an overall, this is a competitiveness for Saudi Arabia to make sure that we are in the map of the leading marine hubs, and definitely compliance will be the gateway for sustainability.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer Ali. And I like the word when you pointed at your colleague Engineer Talal, our partner. Of course, we are partners here. It's about partnership and collaboration. And we're very proud with this collaboration we had achieved to make the Red Sea a special zone officially announced in January 2025. It was announced in the IMO in London. Thank you again. So going to another government representative, Engineer Talal, and your authority is representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the IHO. Right. From your perspective, how are you balancing as well the maritime growth with compliance with the international regulations, please?
Okay, thank you. First of all, let us talk about these balancing ambitions for maritime growth. It's not like balancing this with restricted compliance to international environmental conventions. It's not like doing one instead of other. No, it's working together, necessity to working together to have those balancing for long-term sustainability. And the main driver for this is geospatial information, which is, we can define them as everything's happen in every place. So the location is very important to manage this balancing. At the General Authority for Survey and Geospatial Information, our role extends beyond the Kingdom's borders. As a Kingdom of Saudi Arabia representative in IHO and also a chair of the ROBME Regional Hydrographic Commission, we are helping not only to implement conventions, but also to shape the global standards that underpin them. Let us have some examples. For marble, we produce a coastal zone management charts, which is, we believe it's important for designation, the special area and emission control area, and put them as a layer on our database. Other example for BWM, the blasted water management, our hydrographic surveys can build a model which is combined of currents, salinity, and temperature and other physical conditions of the water to identify the risk management zone, which is also can be added to the data that we have it. Additional to that, the international maritime, for the international maritime dangerous goods, our charts support emergency preparedness. In any incident, we coordinate with our colleagues internally and internationally because of the cooperation with our international body and also the internal authority. We can support them to protect coast and ecosystem from any dangerous cargo. In short, we can summarize that intelligent maritime geospatial data allow us to plan maritime space for both development and conservation. Also, mitigate risk before occur. The third one, collaborate internationally to ensure consistency and effectiveness.
Wonderful, Engineer Talal. As you mentioned, collaboration, utilizing the latest technology, which make us achieve our goals. Now I turn back to Engineer Khalid. We have heard from the both government entities and authorities, Saudi Arabia, and how they're trying to maintain the commitment of the kingdom with international organizations. When it comes to your responsibility, you have 90% of the Saudi flag.
I think it was 100.
MashaAllah, yani we have 344 ships, and 90% of them, in terms of tonnage, is from Bahri. So, with this raising of cost, alternative fuels, retrofits, compliance, how you balance, how you can sleep, how you can manage this?
Well, it's not the emissions and the costs, actually. It's difficult to sleep because of the security, but we're not going to talk about this. This is the more issue for all of us. Okay, so, you know, we've been hearing a lot about decarbonization, and I just want to clarify something here for everyone. And there's nothing wrong with carbon. Let's just agree there is nothing wrong with carbon. At the end of the day, carbon is good for all of us. It's important for the whole planet. We are mostly made of carbon. Carbon is important, CO2, especially for plants, so they take it on as food and they produce oxygen. But we throw the word decarbonization, you know, everywhere. It's unfortunate. I think what's important is definitely emission reduction. So emissions in general, it's carbon, it's methane, it's you know, other elements that are produced from combustion, and it's definitely important both in shipping and other places. So. We are definitely a commercial company. We are not a government entity. You know, what we do is purely commercial. We have ownerships, stockholders that they care about their investment. So we want to make sure that in everything we do are very efficient. So way back in 2014 and 15, actually, we were focused on reducing our energy consumption. So that was the main focus, by how to reduce bunker consumption, because bunker is one of the biggest cost elements, especially for large vessels. You're talking about VLCCs, you know, at that time, older vessels, they consume up to 75, 80 tons per day. That's a lot of tons for a vessel. Yep. And then we wanted to see how can we find ways and means of reducing that bunker consumption. So we definitely invested. We managed to convince the owners that we want to invest in high quality coating. So this is basically the paint that you have on the hull of the vessel, which is the largest body area of the ship that interacts with the water. And of course, the faster you go, the more friction. So that friction requires you to use more energy. So we invested in high coating, where definitely it reduces the friction of the vessel. It's something we spent on, and that definitely resulted in reduction of the fuel consumption. Other things, we looked around for what's the latest technology, and we basically invested in fuel-saving devices. There's a famous one called Mevis duct. Basically, it's a duct you put just before the propeller, and it just harnesses the movement of the water to the propeller. Another thing is called a Bose cap fin. It's very similar now when you see on airplanes, the tip of the airplane where it's tilted. This is basically to reduce the vortex on the tip of the airplane. So the Bose cap fin does the same thing behind the propeller. These are many of the investment that Bahri undertook way back in 2014 and 15 to reduce the bunker consumption on board the vessel, which basically translates to something that's important for the charterer. But in essence, it also reduces our carbon emissions. Now, add to that is that we have been renewing our vessels. So just recently, last year, we've taken on 9 eco VLCCs, so that has reduced our carbon emissions as well. And we've been very keen on digitalizing as much as we can. Now, those of us who are in shipping, and Kamal was an engineer on one of our vessels back when we were in Vela, the communication between the ship and the shore is mainly done by the noon reports that they have to update and emails. But now, over the years, we've started back in 2019 saying this is not working. We need to see exactly what's happening on board the vessels. We need to get streaming of all the data on board the vessel. So we invested in some of the equipment where basically put a black box on board the ship, and we can read all of the telemetry, the engine, the AMS system on board. We can see what the engineers can see, and that's not only streaming the data, and then we have that transparency with the ship, but more importantly, we can look at the whole fleet holistically. And then we can see sister vessels, how they're performing when it comes to energy consumption and how are their emissions. And from that, we can learn. So certain vessels, they do things better than others. So we take those very good lessons, then we basically apply them to the other ships as well. So at the end, we are a commercial company, and we're trying to find every tool to make sure that while we are meeting the emissions reduction, we are definitely don't want to overspend as well.
Yeah. Wonderful. That's a balance. I think it's your bread and butter now, and trying to do it every day and every second
We're trying very
to have
hard.
this balance.
Yes.
And wish you all the best, inshallah.
Thank you.
Professor Max, welcome back to Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for being
Happy
here.
to be back here.
So, pleasure. So, WMU, one of the elite, top-class education institute when it comes to maritime education. And definitely you have witnessed the changes and the strive for a new concept, mindset of the maritime students, because you're only taking the postgraduates, so masters, PhDs. So with these levels, the leaders actually, you're meeting with the leaders every day back in WMU and Malmo. So with these things we have just highlighted, can the WMU play a role in helping align the interests of the government, the private sector, and the public in terms of accelerating safe and sustainable sectoral growth? Please.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, thank Mr. Minister Saleh for inviting me to join this conference. Now, on to the question, very interesting question. The World Maritime University was established in 1983 by the International Maritime Organization, basically to upgrade and develop capacity in terms of the implementation, compliance, and enforcement of IMO standards that have been negotiated and agreed upon at IMO. Now, this is done by giving all of our students, coming mainly traditionally from developing states, with the foundation, the background, the history, the importance of these standards that have been agreed upon. So this gives all the whole range of the spectrum in the maritime industry a common understanding of the importance of these standards, whether they're private sector or public sector, because in the end, for maritime governance to succeed, you need to have buy-in from both parts of the equation. But so that is the compliance part that my distinguished fellow members of this panel have mentioned. But there's another aspect that my distinguished colleagues here have also mentioned, and that is collaboration. And in the 42 years that the university has been operating, we have seen another very significant and important impact, and that is developing a sense of community, facilitating communication among the different members of the student body. Imagine students from 53 different nations studying together, living together, discussing and debating with each other, cooking and sharing meals with each other, breaking bread. The level of trust and confidence that they build, the sense of community, sense of family that they build, is something that they take with them after they leave the university. And what that means is, yes, we all come from different points of view. Different countries have different interests. Within the same country, the private sector and the public sector have different interests. But I think communication, when it's facilitated, that level of trust and confidence, when that is built, then it bridges a divide that then allows for a more harmonious enforcement, implementation, and compliance of regulations.
Thank you very much, Professor, and it's a great job you're doing there, and wish you all the best. Always enriching any seminars you're attending. Going back to Engineer Ali, from your center name, the National Center of Compliance and for Environment, what's the best fit or the best formula, how you can enforce these compliance on the ground, and at the same time to maintain with the role and the goal to maintain the kingdom's reputation as a sustainable and competitive global maritime hub. That's what we are, our ambition, and that's what we want to achieve. So really, what you have done to have this compliance so far?
It's a great question. Let me build up what my fellow panelists just said. I think I'll build in everyone speech just now. Definitely, we do have an ambitious vision. We have a target to be one of the leaders globally as marine hub and marine industry. But that has to become not just a strategy. We have to drive the impact. To what Khaled said, I like it very much. Definitely, in a business, they have a pressing challenges. But with that, there are always fast opportunities. This is what we heard from Khaled. There was a challenges, they utilize it, it's become an opportunity. I think this is what we need to do to get the compliance. The business need clarity, need transparent, and need stability. The law has to be stable, so they could digest it, they could transfer it, understand their challenges, and transfer that to an opportunities and being compliant. Same thing. We need the universities. We cannot succeed without capacity building. So partnership also with the educational institutes, internationally and nationally, is very important to us. That's why you do have the Academy for Logistics. From environment perspective, we do establish an academy from environment. A collaboration of those educational institutes is very important to make sure that we build the right capacity for the right sector. Definitely, we need to engage. Engagement is part of the success of the formula. That's why you heard a week ago a decree from the ministry, Minister Council, to establish what we call part of the environmental law, the sectorial committees. That's a platform where the regulator, which is the Ministry of Environment, we as a center, who's the executors, plus the private sector and the other governmental sector, sit together, understand the challenges, find the opportunities, find the solution. Other things, we need to build in the technologies and build in the assets that we have. We have to utilize the new technologies for big data, utilization of artificial intelligence, utilization of remote sensing, and we are seeing that. I think by doing all this together, we can show the world the way where we implement a strategy and make an impact. And I'm very confident that with the coming election of Saudi Arabia, win that, it will help to do the engagement worldwide and transfer this industry to the better situation.
Thank you, Engineer Ali. And inshallah, with the faith and the trust from other member states within the IMO, Saudi Arabia will remain in the council member in the IMO. Now, Engineer Talar, from what we have heard so far, from your authority point of view, what's the opportunities and challenges you think in positioning the kingdom as a leading global hub, taking the technologies, the live data now demanding, everyone is demanding new from your authority, you need to improve, always to improve, and they depend heavily now in your data and in your maps and everything. So please.
Okay. Thank you for this question. Actually, putting Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as a leading global maritime hub is not just ambition. It's one of our strategic goals, according to our Saudi Vision 2030. And the opportunity for us is extraordinary opportunity. First, we have a very, geographically, we are located between the 3 continents and also in the way of the vital trading route. Second thing, our economy is rapidly increased. Like we have a lot of projects in the sea area as NEOM, Oxagon, and others. The third one, our leadership fully committed and invested in the world-class ports, logistic, and regulatory framework that foster innovation and integration. All of this, this is opportunity. In the other side, there is some challenges how to manage all of this because there is a congestion of a lot of data. At the same time, there is no a common place to have this information working together. This is the role of JUSA. JUSA now providing a data or a center, data center for hydrographic data, which has the location of all this information. Bring all this information together and facilitate to utilize it through our stakeholders, internally and externally. And I believe this opportunity, once we have it, we can enable marine spatial planning to reduce a conflict and also environmental protection by having a mapping for coral reefs and habitat, which is guide and safe, sustainable development. The third one, world-class navigation, that already one of JUSA responsibility for safety through advanced electronic charts, enabling just-in-time shipping and de-risk navigation.
Thank you very much, Engineer Talal. And now, Engineer Khalid, you have highlighted a lot of progress, what Bahri have done so far, technical-wise, maintaining the competitiveness with the others, transporters, and the most efficient way to, when it comes to the voyages. With all that have been done, we'll talk about now the most other important capital, which is the human capital. How are you preparing and supporting your crew to safety and confidently operating this equipment, while also at the same time addressing retention and well-being?
It's
Please.
15 hours.
Yeah, somebody's talking. It's not easy, it's really very difficult, but you definitely need to keep in mind that at the end of the day, although we own the assets, and we're sitting in the office and we are the leaders, but the people who are actually doing the work are the people on board that ship. So no matter whatever, if you buy the best ship, you get the best equipment. If you don't have competent people who can operate those equipment safely and reliably, then your asset is not going to be worth much in the future. So we do invest a lot in training and making sure that we keep our people. So we do this in a number of ways. When we are receiving a vessel from the shipyards, we definitely send our people over there to basically get trained with the equipment maker, be it main engines, ballast water treatment system, which is a regulatory requirement, the SCRs for the NOx and everything else. On top of that, especially when it comes with the latest engines, which are electronic engines, we have a program, and we have been partnering with Maersk, which is a huge company, and they have a training center in India, and they're focused on electronic engines. So we do send our officers paid by us to make sure that they do a physical hands-on training in those institutions. We do both in India and the Philippines. On top of that, we provide them also with online training courses. So we do have a big library of online training courses that we ensure that our people are trained in the latest equipment, especially on the vessels that they are on board. Because you can have, a ballast water treatment system to you is a ballast water treatment system, but there are so many makers of a BWS. So, on one ship you have one type of ballast water, the other one uses a chemical, one uses UV. So you have to be very, very specific in training those people. At the same time, it's very important is on hands-on training on board the ship. So we do deploy officers on board our fleets, mainly focusing on training when it comes to safety, but also part of their job is to ensure that they train the people on certain equipment. It's not only the safety equipment such as firefighting, but also very critical equipment like the ballast water, SCRs, and scrubbers. These are many of the things we do. But going back to retention, a seafarer at the end of the day who leave their family and their land for months on board the vessel, they need really a few things that you have to guarantee. Definitely you want to make sure when they come on board, they know when they're leaving and they leave on time. So the leaving plan is extremely important. So this is something that we work very hard trying to make sure that we do get their leaving plan so we don't delay them. Always pay them on time. Do not delay their salary. So you definitely, if they're paid on time, it's always on time. They will really like working for you. Treat them with respect. There is no doubt that our people on board the vessels are the people who are doing the job. So we do treat them with respect, and we do engage with them all the time. We do provide a number of facilities, especially when it comes to mental health. So we provide them with a hotline. Whenever there's anybody that has any issue, they can pick up the phone and call a psychiatrist, somebody on shore that they can talk to. We provide them with 24/7 unlimited accessibility to the internet, so they can talk to their families, which is something that's very important. When I sailed before you, maybe in 2002, it was what, $25 for a card, for a telephone, satellite telephone, it costs per minute. That was the only time that you can call your family. Now they have that accessibility, so they can talk to them, they can do video. In addition, we do conferences, so we do what we call the senior officers conferences. We do 2 large ones every year, in addition to juniors. So we try to bring 100+ senior officers together, where we engage with them, provide them with presentations and training. We spend 3 days engaging. And that engagement is extremely important, because I wanted to visualize it for the audience here who are non-seafarers. We hire people who travel from different countries across the world, and they go from their home to the airport to the ship in another airport somewhere else. And then they finish their 3+ months and they go back home. You don't see them face to face, but they've been working for you for so many years. So the Senior Officers Conference is the time where we bring those people, and you can look into their eyes, you can engage with them, you can shake their hands, and they can have that private discussion with you whenever they want. All of these elements and more definitely will improve the competency of the people, will retain them for you, and you will have very happy seafarers. At the end of the day, you have a happy seafarer, definitely you'll have a very happy ship. And this is how we do it.
Thank you, Khalid. We can feel your passion, and you speak from heart, and believe the Bahri fleet is in good hands.
Alhamdulillah.
And I would like to end this panel by the final question to Professor Max. How can we empower the next generation of seafarers to adopt and thrive in this rapid transforming maritime industry, coming from the one who is responsible to handle all the education and all this point of view? Please.
Yeah, thank you. I think the two important parts that we need to look at that where WMU plays a very important role. First is to ensure that the seafarers of the future, the young people of today who want to pursue a career in shipping, serving on board ships, receive the best possible world-class education and training compliant with SCCW and all other instruments that are applicable. And that we do by bringing in the future educators and university and academy administrators to WMU, educate them and train them in curriculum development that is very adaptive and responsive, looking at AI, looking at decarbonization, digitalization. So then the seafarer at the end is equipped not only to competently operate the ship, but to do it safely, to protect the ship, protect the cargo, protect the passengers, protect the environment, and protect themselves. So they have that comfort level that they will be safe. The other one is their welfare and well-being. And that we do by creating new knowledge, engaging in research, looking at the challenges that seafarers are facing in the daily lives that they face while on board ship, whether it's in terms of safety, leisure, recreation, catering, the amount of work that they do, and all of those that we then share to decision makers and regulators to help in data-driven and evidence-based policy making.
Thank you, Professor Max, and please keep giving these leaders at WMU the hope and equipped they can achieve their goals and face these challenges. And thanks for all the individual, your excellencies, being here with us and give your insights. And thank you again for giving all the insights for the audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
يعطيكم العافية. شكرا جزيلا. Thank you. And we still have a wealth of knowledge flowing through this conference. We will now move to the keynote speaker, Mr. Tahir Dabbagh, Acting Chief Integrated Planning Officer at National Shipping Company of Saudi Arabia, Bahri. You have the floor, Mr. Tahir.
Assalamu alaikum. I hope everybody has enjoyed the morning. I hope you have enjoyed the lunch. And inshallah, you will enjoy this session. My name is Tahir Dabbagh, and I am privileged to be with you here today to talk about driving sustainable maritime industry. Can you have the slides, please? Okay, So in the agenda today, I will start by looking at the global challenges that are faced by all the operating companies in the shipping and in the maritime industry. Then we'll talk about specific challenges that are here in Saudi Arabia and challenges that we face in Bahri company and what we do to tackle them. What are our strategies and plans and how we address all of these challenges and maybe turn them into opportunities as said earlier. And finally, we'll have a look to the future, how the future looks like. I would like to thank the organizer of this event. This event is really nice. It's an opportunity to meet with thought leadership from all around the world and discuss and negotiate and debate sometimes different point of views of how to move forward in this interesting world. Now, when I first heard that emission from the maritime is 3% from the total emission globally, I was saying, okay, so 3%, yani, it's not a lot. What's the big deal? However, when you look at the absolute figure, what does 3% means? It's a different game. As you can see, it is more than 1 billion ton of carbon that is emitted through the maritime ecosystem. And now it's a different story. Now we need to care. And why we need to care is because the numbers today, 3% or 1 billion ton, can actually increase if we don't take actions. We all hope to see better world, and better world mean more logistics, more shipping. So we really need to tackle this. So if you look at the regulators, IMO and all other regulators, they have been very active, extremely active, to the point that many of the commercial entities don't like it. And then they go into the discussion, is this new regulation that is proposed really going to be beneficial? Does it really going to help the agenda? And the answer that a balanced regulation, yes, will do. It needs to be balanced between the commercial requirement and the environment requirement. Both goes hand in hand together. Both goes hand in hand together. If that is the case, from a regulatory point of view, mindset, then I believe that everybody will be cooperating, and these regulation will be looked as an opportunity and a catalyst for more innovation and even more better results into the operations. Now, in Bahri, we have a strategy of 4 key pillars. First pillar is alignment with the regulation. We try to influence with the regulation by telling them reality what happens in the sea. But whenever there is a regulation imposed, we comply, be it an international or a local one. And we put this as part of our plans in terms of the commercial and financial requirements. Secondly, we invest into fleet modernization. As I said, investment in the fleet will help the environment, and it should give us better vessels that can be then used commercially in better terms and, of course, more efficient. Technology is really a big thing nowadays. Technology becoming so fast. If you go today and read an article on technology that was published 6 months ago, sorry, this might be too old. And finally, collaboration and partnership. We don't work alone, we work with everybody around here in the industry. So I will now deep dive quickly on that, and I promise you I will not be taking a long time. Bahri in 2024 has made one of the biggest investments into the marine and maritime industry here in the region. We invested more than $1 billion to acquire 9 VLCC vessels. The results are a much more efficient operation and a reduction in the carbon emission by 10 to 15%. Other examples, real examples, supported by figures, is the fuel intensity and the carbon intensity. Both went down. What does this mean? It means we are running our fleet more effectively and more efficiently. When the fuel goes down from 169 to 156 per nautical meter, that's excellent achievement, and more should be coming, inshallah. Another regulation came around the water ballast treatment, the D2, and we are glad to announce that we have complied 100% in 2024 in this regulatory part versus 67% back in 2022. This is the one thing that keeps everybody awake at night. Nobody would like to see any oil spill. This is really the biggest risk. And in Bahri, we have a very professional and strong operation process that we comply with. Our ship management, with our colleague, Mr. Khalid Al-Hamad, the president of ship management, they are really on top of that. And crew training and continuous maintenance of our equipment. The last 2 years, we have 104 vessels operating in 150 plus ports across the world for the last 2 years, and 0 oil spill, alhamdulillah. Technology, this is something close to my heart. Technology is really make it or break it. And the use of technology, if you are not fast, if you are not willing to be an early adapter in technology, you might be beyond. At Bahri, we have an excellent performance monitoring system that we are using, and it serves 3 main purposes. The first one is a real-time monitoring of our vessels, consumption of the fuel, emissions, and so on so far. Most importantly is it helps us in predicting analysis to get to know about any maintenance requirement before actually it breaks down. And finally is route optimization. And there are specialized softwares that we use in that, and it really makes a big difference. People. In the previous panel, people were talking about people, and I tell you, digital technology alone, good, but it's not good enough unless you have the right people. The right number of people, the right people with attitude, with training, the right mix, and training. For example, we have increased our workforce by 11.7%. Our female in offices today are 22.2%. And we have offered more than 68,000 hours of training throughout the year. No bad investment in training. If you are bringing the right faculty and the right curriculums and the right material, every investment is worth it in training and development. Excellent. So we talked about digital, we talked about people. An important element goes along the lines is governance and cybersecurity resilience. Governance is important because it is, and I think previously also the dear panelists were talking about the importance of compliance. We fully agree in that. This is the third part of the triangle that protects the operation of any shipping company. Strong governance. In sustainability, we have a sustainability and ESG committee headed by the CEO for our investment, for our strategy, to make sure that it is wise and it is in the right direction. What else? We have strict rule in fraud, 0 tolerance of any misbehavior. And finally, we have a dedicated cybersecurity team who has put a 3-layer of strategy to ensure our protection of our operation. With the increased use of sensors and IoT, the risk increase. So you really need to ensure that you have a proper cybersecurity system and framework in place. And alhamdulillah, we had different attacks to hack and penetrate into our network, but they were all being prevented, alhamdulillah. Now, going back to the industry. What does the industry need? The maritime industry, the shipping industry. If we want sustainability and we want profitability, we need to have, first point, a solution for the alternative fuel. This is a very big subject, alternative fuel. Unless the right investment is taking place in the alternative fuel and the infrastructure required for that, it will be a challenge really to achieve the goal set of net zero by 2050. We've seen many different technologies coming. Some of them goes a little bit and then it slows down, and some of them still under studies. So this is one big topic that the whole industry need to come together. That's really actually the third point is about collaboration. So alternative fuel, collaboration, and again, continuous investment in the digital is the solution for future phosphorate and phosphorate maritime for all the companies around the world working in this field. I truly believe that if we all get together and activate all these pillars that I have mentioned, we will, not let us, but we will make our sea cleaner, our ship more efficient, and our commercial operation more profitable, and our future greener. Thank you for your time.
As we have enjoyed the insightful talk by Mr. Tahir, we now continue with the upcoming panel discussion led by our distinguished moderator, Dr. Ahmed Al-Jazani, co-founder of Advisory Channels.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Massakum Allah bil khair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this exciting panel discussion, Policy, Finance, Technology, Solutions for Energy Efficiency. The maritime industry is at a pivotal moment, a sector responsible for more than 3% of the gas emission in the world. Global trade is at a transition point where we need to rethink about sustainability and how to achieve the targeted growth with sustainable methodologies. Join me to welcome our panelists today. Gary Hubbard, with decades of experience in supply chain optimization. Gary is the Senior Vice President at the biofuel company in Saudi Arabia, leading initiatives to providing high-quality net zero biofuel solution aligned with Saudi Vision 2030. Our next panelist is Henning Grumman, a pioneer in green ship recycling and compliance. He has spent over 20 years advancing maritime environmental protection and sustainability. Welcome, Henning. Our next panelist is John Bowley, representing Wärtsilä Marine. He is a specialist in offshore energy markets and alternative fuels, with focus on sustainability and risk management. Welcome. Our next panelist is Dr. Khalid Bishu, a visionary in ports and logistics. With over 33 years of global experience advising in decarbonization initiatives and sustainable shipping programs. Welcome, Doctor. Our final panelist is Lydia Ngogi, accomplished international maritime lawyer. She worked extensively on climate finance, energy efficiency, and environmental policy. Welcome, Doctor. Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, audience, for being with us today. Today we have a stellar panel, experts who bring decades of experience and deep insights into these challenges. Each of them has played a significant role in shaping the maritime sector globally, and their contribution to sustainability are nothing short of remarkable. Allow me to start the discussion by asking Mr. Henning, from your perspective, what's the key challenge to maritime sustainability today?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think sustainability means that we have to consider all different impacts which we are causing during our normal life. We see a lot of ESG reports being published these days, but having an extensive background in ship recycling, I think quite of these ESG reports fall short of the recycling stage. When ships are under construction, owners send out their team of engineers to make sure that the ship is built as per specification, but when it comes to end of life, it's somehow forgotten in the life cycle of the ship, and this is what we should focus on much, much more. I think the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals give a very good overview of what we should all consider in your business life, and to estimate the different impacts we have, and we should carefully consider those when we take decisions. When we come and have a look at the whole life cycle of a ship, it has to start with the supply chain, with the shipbuilding, the impact of shipbuilding itself, ship operations. This is where we have to talk about decarbonization over a very long period of time, for sure, but that's not the whole story. We have to also consider what's happening with the ship once it has reached the end of its life. And I'm wishing to raise a general awareness that ships are resource banks. We talk a lot about resources these days, and one single ship is full of resources. My background is also focusing on the inventory of hazardous materials, which is only documenting the bad stuff on board. And I think it is very important to consider also the valuables, to have a good documentation of valuables, because sooner or later we will get a full picture, the recyclers will get a proper documentation, and they can plan how to take a ship apart under safe conditions, environmentally sound, and also to know exactly where the different materials can be found, the good and the bad. And with a good one, with the resources, they can find proper ways on how to recirculate them into the right loops, either in the maritime industry or in other industries. So, because sustainability is about the use of resources, not about the recycling ratio. And the less we use, the less impact we will cause on the ecosystems, on the globe, basically. And this is what we need to consider much more from my point of view.
Okay, thank you for that insightful thoughts. To follow up with this, can you share one impactful solution or initiative that you believe could address this challenge effectively?
Yeah, for instance, as I said, we are very active in the field of the inventory of hazardous materials. We inspected nearly 1,000 ships. We take care of item maintenance, and we put a lot of effort in that. But that's only the bad side. What we are currently looking at is to develop what we call a retro digital twin, where we map the different valuables on board the ship to give better guidance and more information to the ship recycler to recirculate the materials. Another initiative or research and development project we are working on is to implement the cradle-to-cradle principle in the ship design. And that's a very important aspect because during the design and the planning stage of a ship, we look for healthy materials, avoiding some hazardous substances. We look into the construction of the ship. How can it be dismantled more efficiently, avoiding wastes? What information is required to be gathered during the construction phase, during the operational phase, and what are the potential loops of the materials? And at the moment, we are really at a crossroad. We have seen very, very little recycling activities in the recent years. We have lost around 50% of the global ship recycling capacity in June with the entry into force of Hong Kong Convention, because these yards have simply missed the point or the opportunity to become compliant, and all recycling countries have ratified the Hong Kong Convention. When we look into the BIMCO forecast, we will see around 16,000 ships to be recycled in the next 10 years. The ships have grown significantly over the last 20, 30 years in size, which means one ship is creating much more recycling effort compared to what we've seen in the past years. So we have sustainability goals. We see many ship owners asking for green steel for new constructions. Steel makers have to change their way of how they produce steel, and they need much, much more scrap steel, up to 3 to 4 times more scrap compared to what they need these days. So a boom in ship recycling activities, and this matches quite well. And we see new recycling facilities, at least in the planning, also here on the Arabian Peninsula, but also in other destinations. And I think it is the right time to look into this opportunity to consider developing new and good or best practice ship recycling facilities. And it can also promote many other businesses directly related by also increasing the sustainability of shipping in general.
Okay, thank you very much. So sustainability is it's not just about identifying challenges, but also taking proactive steps toward greener solutions. And I'm curious to see the results of the research and development in that field, especially how digital twin AI can help in sustaining or increase the sustainability in shipping and ports operation. Thank you for your insightful thinking. Gary, what role do you see your organization playing in advancing maritime ESG efforts, particularly in the context of biofuel of Saudi Vision 2030?
Yes, thank you. I think it's got a great impact to play. Whilst I guess I'm representing the biofuel industry, certainly for this panel, I would say I'm not a believer in one solution for the industry. Hydrogen, LPG, ammonia, nuclear are all opportunities to decarbonize or reduce, as one of the previous panelists corrected, to reduce the carbon emissions from the maritime industry. I think when I first set foot in Saudi Arabia back in 2000, it was a very different place. And these are certainly conversations we would never have been having then. But over the last sort of 20 plus years and having worked for many of the major shipping lines, we've seen this become more and more important, not only in what they procure to ensure that they're buying sustainable products, and what Henning's just spoken about, but working closely with OEMs like Yonhinga and Wärtsilä to ensure that technology is compliant with new fuels as they come to market. When our company opened in 2022 in Jubail, people kind of thought that was rather a strange place to be bringing biofuel to the kingdom of fossil fuel. You know, I'm British, crazy British guy has obviously stepped out from midday sun. But my partner, who's a great believer in what we do, He approached Saudi Aramco, he approached the Wa'id Partnership, and under the auspices of the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yanbu, we opened up our refinery. And at that time, the production matches Vision 2030 perfectly. It is a collection of waste from within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and turning it into energy that comes with an almost 100% reduction in the carbon emissions. That's been operating since 2022. We've expanded the facility now up to 3,000 metric tons of biofuel per month. So it's quite a significant facility now, the largest in the GCC region, overtaking much more mature biofuel companies in the UAE, in Kuwait, in Oman, and as was in Bahrain. And I think, you know, we've worked very closely with the various ministries. We work very closely with the Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Waste, the Ministry of the Environment, and we have to report to the Ministry of Energy every year what we're doing, who we're working with, who is decarbonising, who is talking with rhetoric, who is actually doing. So, you know, making a compliant, an OEM-compliant, high-standards biofuel from waste generated in our own country for the giga projects for power generation, Red Sea Global, Amala, NEOM in parts, Oxygen has been spoken about already today, the port of NEOM, operating for fleets of logistics, operating for events, Formula One, Formula E. These are all running now on clean, green, renewable power created in Kingdom. The only companies at the moment who are bunkering, and this is the sad part of the story, is Aramco. You know, we sit here with a host of local companies, of feeder operators, of Machna, of Folk Maritime, of Bari, as we've heard today, of all of our offshore organizations that sit under the Aramco and many other brands. We sit here working with the likes of Mawani, we're here working with the likes of Saudi Global Ports and DPW at Jeddah Islamic. All of these areas can be decarbonized now and today without significant investment. We can decarbonize a port infrastructure by replacing diesel with biodiesel without investment. We can decarbonize the bunkering industry. Look to S&P, look to Argus, look to Lloyd's Register, and they have all thoroughly investigated the use, the widespread global use of biodiesel as a valid bunker, either as a 24%, a B24, or a 30% as a B30. For use in VLCCs, in container ships, in local feeder operations. Singapore have embraced it, Rotterdam have embraced it, Fujairah have embraced it. We spoke this morning about having green fuel hubs, Yanbu, Dammam, Oxygen, Jeddah. They currently do not have or are not offering a biofuel blend to the maritime industry, and they should be. We spoke this morning about some of the work that's been going on in the ports to electrify operations. Again, port operations can be decarbonised using biofuel. And then ultimately the vehicles that carry the freight to and from those ports, again, a direct replacement for diesel with biofuel without capital investment, just a change in OPEX. And I think to echo something that Henning said a moment ago, for me, three things. You need to be operationally sustainable, and I think certainly from the biofuel perspective that's been well proven. You need to be financially sustainable, and again, the gentleman from Bari, I thought put it very succinctly, that if everybody is decarbonising, everyone's on the same playing field. It's a different playing field from what it was yesterday, but let's not kid ourselves. Climate change is real. The lady this morning talked about the small island state developments and some of the issues that they're facing due to climate change. You don't have to pick up a newspaper to see that the world is burning through what our generation have done, and we'll take that squarely on our shoulders. But now it's about finding the solution to fix these things. So I think working closely with the ministries, working closely with the maritime operators across Saudi Arabia, and us as an organisation having invested and increased our capacity to meet the needs of the market, that's what we're doing to support Saudi Vision 2030.
Okay, great. Okay, from this remarkable journey with biofuel and your close work with ministries and companies for sure. What do you think could be done to increase the appetite and encourage companies to go for biofuel from operational and regulation point of view?
Yeah, I think there's several things. If you look historically, the IMO are a great driving force within the maritime industry for safety, for many different aspects. Also working within the bunkering industry, IBEA, and the gentleman from Arabia this morning. So in 2020, the bunkering industry announced, IMO 2020, very politely, please, would you decarbonise your vessels? Please, do it for the right reasons. Do it for your children, your grandchildren, do it for the planet. And most people squarely ignored that advice. Most ship operators, they threw a few dollars at scrubbers, which have now proven to be ineffective in exozones, because all we're doing is moving the problem directly into the water. They looked at investing in new technologies. Some even made their vessels LNG ready, but they didn't actually run them on LNG. So there were a handful of trials around the world. And quite rightly, after 4 or 5 years, the industry has got fed up with saying please. So the carrot has been put away, and the stick is now coming out. You heard, albeit via video this morning, that the general belief is that IMO will ratify the suggestions for carbon taxes, carbon pricing, carbon levies, however you wish to describe them, in their meeting in October, which will have a significant effect around the world. So now it's no longer about please can you, it's about I will be taking your money from you, your hard-earned commercial profits, from you, and I'll be putting it into a global slush fund to help feed the decarbonisation of the planet, if you do not do something. And if there are any ship operators sitting in the room who think you've done enough or think it doesn't affect you, think again, because you are part of the problem. The answer to fix this, in many ways, is to mandate. And here in Kingdom, we work very closely with the TGA on many different initiatives, and to mandate cleaner, greener fuel of varying sources, be it solar, be it wind, I think may be the only answer to do it in our lifetime.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And we can see the efforts done by companies to lead the change into the green options for fuel. In the meanwhile, technology also play a role in integrating policy and finance for having more and more sustainable solutions. So let's explore that with Lydia. Lydia, how do you see the technological solution for energy efficiency integrated with policy and finance to drive sustainable development and trade in the maritime sector?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed, for that question. And definitely this will be an interesting situation because we see we have the industry in this panel as well as the academic sectors. And looking at this from a capacity building perspective from the developing countries, it's important to note that with the energy efficiency technologies, this drives innovation. And in driving the innovation, the technology does need the finance, and finance does need the leverage of having policy in place. This brings out the tripartite of technology, finance, and the aspects that need to be considered in able to move forward. In addition to this, it's important to note that as we are looking into the perspectives of sustainable development, most of the developing countries, for the example of the region I'm from, which is from Africa, these are through the ministries of finance that support the ports and as well the ministries of transport. In so doing, we do have the pilot programs that support innovation to see where we have the gaps, to have the gap analysis that brings on the integration of the requirements from the MAPOL Annex 6. In so doing, we have the capacity building. Now, within the capacity building angle, we then move forward to having the public-private partnerships, having the public sectors working closely with developing partners to enable the energy transition, looking at it from the net zero perspective of the IMO, the net zero framework that is. In so doing, it's important for the developing regions to work closely with industry from the government perspective, and as well bring on board aspects that look into the capacity building of the seafarers on board, because they are the ones who will be handling the energy efficiency angles and seeing how best they can finance this from the government's perspective. So these are some of the angles that can be considered in order to ensure that we do have the technology, the policy, and the finance moving forward in a strategic trajectory to bring on board the sustainable development.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think going for sustainability is an international effort which led by international organizations, and international policy has to be there in place. From your perspective, how does international policy, especially Marble Annex 6, shape the energy efficiency agenda in developing regions like Africa?
Thank you. With reference again to what you have highlighted, the Africa region, we do have the Marble Annex 6, specifically looking at Regulation 4 of the Convention. This brings in the energy efficiency aspect, and how does it drive innovation? How does it bring on board the green energy? Most of the factors that we are able to look at through the pilot projects that we are running that support energy efficiency, for example, the GHG reduction, and as well the studies on the alternative fuel. We do have the feasibility studies that enable us to also link this to the IMO GHG strategy. As Mr. Gary has highlighted, in October, we shall be having the sitting at the IMO to look at the best ways forward, looking at the adoption processes. Therefore, I would recommend that in aspects that will move forward the leaving no one behind trajectory, it's important that we have the public-private partnerships on board to support the green transition for the green technologies leading to policy. We do as well need to have capacity building measures. For example, the International Maritime Organization has been having programs and projects that support the developing regions, specifically looking at the needs that have been identified during a gap analysis. For example, we did have actually the IMO CARES project, which CARES stood for the Coordinated Actions for the Reduction of Energy Efficiency Systems in the industries. Seeing from the feasibility studies that were conducted, the MTCC Africa, the organization that I am with, was able to understand the challenges that are there in the industry and how this can be moved forward, specifically through capacity building and government speaking to industry to understand how this will support comprehensively sustainable development. In addition to this, I would also highlight that as a launchpad benefit that came out of the IMO CARES program is that we now are moving forward to have detailed discussions as to how they can be a trainer of trainer programs that still support the implementation of the Marble Annex 6 and carrying off from the discussions that will be held at the IMO in October. We will be having a capacity building forum in Liberia, supported by the IMO, as well as the government of Liberia later in this month. And in this forum, we are keen to as well have the seafarers institutions present to benefit from this, to understand the challenges that the governments are looking at and how they want to move forward specifically. So having such case studies would be a great example as to how industry can borrow forth and see how capacity building can be enhanced, looking at this from the developing regions and seeing that we need to leave no one behind, how to move strategically in bringing innovation to technology and having it as well, implementing the Marble Annex 6, as well as the IMO GHG strategy.
Thank you very much, Dr. for explaining how could technology and policy be integrated to contribute to the sustainable efforts done globally. While technology and policy set the foundation, alternative fuels are critical to the future of maritime sustainability. And as just stated by Mr. Tahir al-Dabbagh a while ago in his speech, that alternative fuel is a very, very interesting topic, and we need so much time to discuss. But I will take this opportunity to ask Joan, how do you see the role of alternative fuels like ammonia, methanol, or hydrogen evolving in the next decade in the maritime sector and other sectors in general?
No, I think for sure it's going to play a critical role, especially as the acting chief was saying, that we have certain guidelines of what we need to achieve going forward. And there are many low-hanging fruits that we can approach right now without alternative fuels to reach certain targets. But over time, we will need alternative fuels to get there. Now, the problem, or not the problem, one of the challenges with alternative fuel is that there are many different, as you mentioned in your list. I would also add ethanol into this list. So we globally are all looking geographically because, of course, it's about supply. Where do we find the fuel? What is being created? And that, I think, right now is the major bottleneck because the technology is there. We have developed engines that run on methanol, although there are always going to be problems with new engine types coming into the market or new technologies coming in. It's coming, and it's coming quickly. We've developed an ammonia engine also over the last 4 years. I received a call 5 years ago from Equinor asking me about what are we doing on ammonia. And it was difficult to find much internally out of what's going on. Now, 5 years later, we have developed an engine that runs on ammonia. And I'll tell a little story about that later on. But back to the kind of geographic, it's difficult to source one specific fuel everywhere apart from diesel. We know that's there. So fuel flexibility will always be a part of alternative fuels. So our engines, for example, whether they run on methanol, ethanol, ammonia, hydrogen, will all utilize and have the ability to also run on diesel. It's critical because that flexibility needs to be there. But as we move forward, we will see pockets. We see in Norway, for example, ammonia is the main discussion fuel. If you travel to Brazil, it's all about ethanol. If you go to Japan, it's all about ammonia. We've been through this revolution of hybridization. I think also it's very critical to bring both of those together. So we want to burn less fuel, and using batteries is one way to achieve that. However, not every vessel will fit for an alternative fuel, and not every vessel, based on its operational profile, will fit with batteries. So we have to be a little critical and look at it. But back to a little bit something what the acting chief was also mentioning with regards to the alternative fuels. It has to be a cooperation. Now, when we first, one of the engines we started testing ammonia on in Norway, we worked together with the Norwegian Council, Equinor, Repsol, and a few owners to develop and test ammonia on an engine that was previously an LNG engine, so it was a conversion from LNG to ammonia, to get funding. Now, we partly funded it, some of the partners funded it, but it's a collaboration together because A, the owner itself will not go out and build a vessel to run on ammonia unless it knows that the charterer will supply that fuel in the future. So we need to work together, and there's definitely a cost challenge there. It is always going to be cheaper to build something based on what has been the norm for the last 20 years. So bringing incentivization and the charter and the equipment suppliers together, you can develop something. Now, I'll take Norway as an example. In 1991, we initiated a carbon tax. The funds of those carbon tax goes into the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. The Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, in accordance, funds something called Enova. Enova stands for new energy. Basically, it's there to fund sustainable solutions. 20 years ago, it initiated the LNG revolution, which didn't last very long in Norway, funding and bringing LNG-powered vessels into the offshore fleet. But what was more successful was from 2016 to 2021, for 5 years, they funded the hybridization of the offshore and ferry fleet in Norway, with more than 100 vessels putting this equipment on board. Now, once again, they're looking to ammonia, or not once again, but once again seeing the next potential development. And so, as of next year, we have retrofitted a platform supply vessel, taking off 2 LNG engines and putting on board an ammonia engine. This vessel will now operate for Equinor in the North Sea in Q2 of next year. These types of initiatives aren't possible by one player stepping out and doing it. It's a joint collaboration to make that movement happen. So collaboration is key. It's definitely coming. It has to come, because we won't be able to achieve the targets that are set out if we don't. Which fuel? It's a geographical situation. At times it's a political situation. We all want to have access to the fuel. Hence why, for example, Brazil is so focused on ethanol. Norway more on ammonia. And yeah, so it's coming, but it will take time and it will take collaboration.
Okay, collaboration is key,
yes.
I would say. So you have already mentioned some suggestions to go forward, but can we design a roadmap to decarbonization so we change it from a buzzword to a real fact? So what, in your opinion, how to have a realistic roadmap to decarbonize? So just to transfer from the legacy fleet and infrastructure to the new fuel.
Yeah, it is challenging, okay? We realistically, we know we can't retrofit the entire legacy fleet. It's not possible. We can't rebuild it either, or build new vessels. It's a large fleet out there. So that in itself is challenging. But biofuels is definitely one way to reducing, getting to a neutral situation. Hybridization is, of course, something that we've been talking about the last 5 to 10 years. In a way, it's very critical, but it doesn't function everywhere. It depends on your operational profile and how to approach it. But there is a large fleet that could utilize batteries, and it hasn't quite come. And once again, even in Norway, where there is a carbon tax, so there was a penalty for this, and that penalty then was converted into an incentivization. Not everybody converted and built batteries on their vessels. It wasn't until there was an actual fund helping provide and build those things. So the establishment of subsidies to help put these on board is absolutely critical in this roadmap. It goes right back again to the collaboration together with the authorities, together with the energy companies and the owners and equipment manufacturers. With regards to alternative fuels, it's possible, but it's very difficult. But we have mentioned here that the first ever offshore vessel running on ammonia, which is coming next year, is a conversion. But it has been a complicated project as such, but it certainly shows that it's possible. We're converting that, as mentioned, from LNG diesel to ammonia diesel. So these things are possible, but generally there are different conditions that play in with different types of alternative fuels, and the existing design and structure of the vessel will not always allow for that. But we do see the potential and the possibilities, so let's see how things kind of move forward.
Okay, and moving forward with this, I will just come to a point mentioned by almost every panelist who talked so far, which is to put this in reality, we need finance. It is costly to make this shift. And with that, we will move to Dr. Khalid Bishu. So, Doctor, what are the investment needs to finance maritime decarbonization, and what risks are associated with these investments based on your experience and what we just have said from our colleagues?
First of all, thank you for having me, and thank you, everyone.
A pleasure.
Yeah, I would probably have a different perspective from my colleagues because I have gloomy perspective. I come from an investment and economic perspective, worked for over 30 years in shipping and ports, and managed, I would say, 13 of the 40 biggest decarbonization projects globally. And as one of the wise men said once, is the economy stupid? None of everything we talked about is sustainable. Sustainability is not just about, going to being carbon neutral. It's also having a technology that is scalable and, most importantly, affordable. Today, if you go to any lender, nobody will provide you any loan, without any gap funding or subsidies or some sort of structured, financing perspective. Great for a country like Norway, okay? They have a sovereign fund, which, by the way, much of this money comes from fossil fuel, but still. So they try to carbonize and so on. There's a lot of subsidies there. I sit on a panel of the EIB, the European Investment Bank, and we have tried before the IMO, the ETS, for the last 2 years, and we haven't decarbonized, even 10%. I worked on many big projects. For instance, the biggest project is the decarbonization of the public ferry service in Istanbul, which is the biggest one. But still, we have problems with financing. Last week, I was in Kuala Lumpur and Tokyo to try, trying to make sense of a project of carbon capture, which is probably the second biggest project after the Northern Light. And again, the issue is not the technology, which is more or less quite advanced, is how can we create and set up a financing structure that makes sense, okay? To lenders, to investors, to everyone in the supply chain. That's the first point. The second point, we in shipping and ports, we tend to be quite closed because actually we are not decarbonizing shipping. We are decarbonizing energy. So we tend to compete with other providers. So if I'm having methanol, for instance, the project in Turkey, we are going to compete with Turkish Airlines because they probably want to have methanol as well. We are going to compete with other, industry suppliers who are probably happy to pay more in terms of that. So unless if we have a financing and economic structure that is able to address these issues, it's going to be difficult. Even the ETS scheme, and by the way, it's not a carbon tax in the IMO, even if we agree to it, and I put a big, question mark because, the position of the US, many other countries behind it, but even if in October we are successful and so on, where is the economic structure? And I did a lot of work for the IMO on the financing needs and so on, and I worked with Lydia in the past and so on. But again, with respect, IMO is a technical regulator. We don't have an economic regulator or financing regulator that's come up with some sort of financing schemes to do this. So that's the second issue. Where I think the opportunity will come is where companies, cargo owners, big guys, will think about shipping and ports as their scope 2, not scope 3. So when they look at this way, they will internalize the cost of decarbonization, and that's really a big thing. For the past 2 years, I've been working with CMA-CGM, which is the third largest container, soon probably becoming the second largest container shipping company, and it was a company that I worked for over 25 years ago. And that's really a good case study for us because CMA-CGM was the first company to start LNG bunkering, only to be told a few years later that it's not carbon neutral, so you have all these issues of why shall I move first, only to be told later on of the risks and so on. So that's the risks we have. The third risk, I'm afraid, and we have to be honest here, is that the agenda of ESG is becoming, I would say, we are less committed than before. So you look at the biggest, lenders in the world, they have withdrawn just this year. I would say 5 of the biggest lenders, which are probably about 75% of global lending, be they, traditional banks, infrastructure finance, equity funds, pension funds, and so on. They withdrawn, most of them, their commitment to ESG. So where is the money? So until we can come up with something far more structured that look at the whole supply chain, as our colleagues from Norway have done, then we can move forward. 2 months ago, I was in India. India has a big, I would say, target to become one of the biggest shipbuilding nations. And they did a lot of work prior to that to China and so on. And they created something called a Maritime Fund, okay, to do this. India are also thinking about becoming more green in recycling, ship recycling and ship demolition. But again, that is not shipping, that is steel. So we really need to really go outside our close, shipping forums or fora and see what, other stakeholders are looking at. And most importantly, look at sources of funding and how can we structure things financially to become affordable, okay, to reduce risks and to reduce what I call interface risk. That is not the risk just in shipping, but the risk across the supply chain.
Okay, great. I like the thinking of not only one part of it, but end-to-end supply chain and the overall thinking. Okay, from what you just said, and given the current situation with the need for sustainability, we need new solutions, innovative ideas. Do you think that the current financing models and instruments fit to this purpose, or do we need new models to address the scale of the challenges we have today?
Well, honestly, in a word, I don't think it's not fit for purpose. I think the biggest mistake we've made, and I hope that's not, something that we did on purpose, is that we started talking about the IMO agenda. We started talking about different, short and long-term measures and so on, and we forgot the economic framework within which, these things will be implemented and take place. Today, we don't have that economic framework, okay? And again, I would personally argue that EST is the right, the emission trading scheme is the right way going forward. So I think we need to invent a new, or probably work together to invent a new model. Sadly, the models that are existing are either too country-specific, okay, or too maybe industry-specific. For instance, if you look just ferries, and in ferries we only talk about electrification, it makes sense and so on. You may go from a region to a region, as my colleague talked, and then you change the whole, refueling and so on. But we are in probably the most globalized industry in the world. Shipping is global. You build a ship somewhere, you crew it from somewhere, she's trading from somewhere, she's flagged somewhere, she's owned by someone else, and so on. And you probably demolish it and recycle it somewhere else. So there is no more global, I would say, industry than shipping, and ports as well in terms of bunkering infrastructure. So we need to have a new system in place, new financing systems. There have been a lot of work for organizations I used to work for, such as the World Bank, the European Investment Bank and other banks and so on. But these are just peanut money. We need to have the big guys and present them with a, would say, feasibly or a financially feasible solution to do that. And in order to do that, we have to be innovative. We have to work with other people in the supply chain, either by internalizing our environmental costs or simply by finding new investment solutions in terms of such as, for instance, funding gaps or venture capital or other ways to really finance this. Otherwise, we'll be stuck.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. And I'll just highlight what you just said lastly, the innovation. There is a huge need for innovation, but this will take me to a trade-off I found in many industries, and maritime sector is not an exception. Just one question to Gary quickly, just to answer. What should come first, innovation or regulation?
No such thing as chicken and egg. Every problem has a solution. You may not like the solution, but every problem has one. Same.
Okay, thank you very much. We are running out of time, but just to conclude this, we have touched challenges, solutions, and opportunities. So in 20 to 30 seconds each one, what is your concrete recommendation to highlight for advancing energy efficiency and sustainability in the maritime sector? We can go in any order. So.
I would say incentivization. Incentivization through cooperation would be absolutely critical to get anything off the ground.
Incentivization. Thank you. Doctor?
I would probably go a little bit, diverge from others. I think we need to learn from other industries. I'm a proud owner of the first 100 electric cars in the UK. And when I bought it, I looked at my CapEx and OpEx and so on, not really just at the industry. Look at electric cars today, even if you go to Nepal, let alone China or Tajikistan or wherever, they have more electric cars. So how did they achieve it? And we didn't. So we need to look at their financing schemes, their infrastructure, their incentivization, their regulation, and so on, and learn from them and try to implement some, best practices.
Thank you, Doctor. Gary?
I think as when I first arrived here, I had blonde hair, now it's grey. So I think I want to see action now today. I want to see public and private organisations supported by the government embracing the technologies that are available here, now, today. Financial, waste management, legal, AI, operational, now, today, please.
Thank you. Henan, please.
Yeah, long-term considerations when decisions are taken, acting under their own responsibility and understanding the true meaning of regulations and living up to them and not going for the minimum solution and calling it compliance.
Thank you, Hanan. Lydia?
I would look at this from the cooperation and collaboration perspective, leaning into capacity building, taking note that we need to have academic institutions as well, part of the industry, and also part of the government initiatives to drive the green energy efficiency agenda. For example, we have the World Maritime University. Based on the wealth and the resource that they have, this will be a great driver, as well as to see how this can devolve into the regions, specifically the developing regions, to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a wonderful conclusion for the discussion. So I'd like to thank you, our esteemed panelists, for this insightful discussion. We explored many challenges and how to address them in innovative solutions. If I have some key takeaways, I would say with what said by John is the collaboration between policymakers, industry leaders, and financing authorities is essential for driving meaningful change. As Lydia and Henan and also Gary said, technology and innovation as alternative fuels and ship recycling are critical to achieve our ambitious net zero goals. Investment in sustainability must be supported by robust policies, incentives, as highlighted by the gentleman, and risk-sharing mechanism. At the end, I would like to thank each and every one of our esteemed specialists, and I would like to thank you, our audience, for having the time with us today. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the panelists. And now we move on to the next theme in this evening's session, maritime insurance and finance. And the best way to start and begin with this theme with Mr. Hassan Omar Badahdouh, CEO of the Mutual Marine Services Al-Mushtaraka Group, as a keynote speaker.
Hello. Thank you for attending this session. In this keynote speech, we will just highlight the concept of the marine insurance. Over 90% of the world trade transported by sea, making the shipping is the backbone of the global economy. The ships carry everything from crude oil, natural gas, to electronics, cars, and food. Without maritime transport, the supply chain would break down and the economy could stall. So every day, thousands of vessels navigate through complex ocean routes, facing risk such as unpredictable weather, piracy, attacks, and mechanical failures. The marine insurance is essential for enabling shipping and, by extension, the global trade. It provides a financial safety net against the many risks associated with maritime transport, allowing the ship owners, the cargo owners, the charterers, financiers to operate with confidence. The marine insurance also protects coastal communities, such as the fishermen and those working in the tourism, as well as the coastal states, from the impacts of the maritime accidents. To fully understand the marine insurance and its importance in commerce, it's important to know who is involved and what is the purpose of insurance and what can be insured. This presentation will first outline the main types of marine insurance cover. Number one is the hull and machinery, which has been known as H&M insurance, which covers loss of or damage to ships and their equipment, including machinery, caused by the peril of the sea. The H&M insurers play a crucial role in arranging and paying for the salvage services when accidents like groundings or engine failure occur. A quick action by the hull and machinery insurer, such as arranging a tug for disabled vessel, can prevent more serious casualties. Cargo insurance, or the marine cargo insurance, which covers physical damage to or loss of goods while in transit. The kidnap for ransom and hijack, which is known as K&R insurance, which protects organization against financial losses if a vessel or a crew seized or detained for a ransom. The maximum limit is typically around $40 million per event. The protection and indemnity B&I insurance, which is the main focus of this session, it provides comprehensive third-party liability cover, separate from the H&M insurance and usually provided by a different insurer. Nearly 90% of the world ocean-going ships are covered by one of the 12 B&I clubs that make up the international group of the B&I clubs. These clubs are mutual insurance associations, meaning that the ship owners insured by the clubs are also its owner. The club's purpose is to provide a comprehensive cover, cost-effective, but not to generate profit for the shareholders. To offer the high limits of the cover, the B&I clubs pool and large claims and collectively purchase reinsurance. They also represent ship owners in discussions about new conventions, laws, and insurance requirements. Moving to the key liabilities which are covered under the B&I insurance. First, the people risk, which covers injury, illness, disability, or death of crew or passenger or others, including medical expenses, repatriation, and substitution. Collusion liabilities, which covers damage to other vessels. Property damage, which covers damage to navigation, berth, fender, cable, pipelines, and reefs. Cargo liabilities, which covers loss, shortage, damage, and disposal of damaged or uncollected cargo. Pollution liabilities, which covers measures to minimize pollution and its consequences. Wreck removal, which covers removal, destruction, and lightening of the wreck. Moving to the benefits of the B&I insurance policy for the coastal states. The B&I insurance acts as a safety net in the event of an accident. The club will minimize damage by contributing to professional casualty response, including salvage, pollution response, and wreck removal. Compensate those impacted by the accident, such as the fishermen, local businesses, and authorities. Support the crew well-being by organizing medical assistance and covering related costs, which contributes to overall safety. The recent years have witnessed an increase in medical incidents among the seafarer, often linked to lifestyle changes. Health issues such as the heart problems, stomach issues, strokes, and back pain are common. The crew witness should consider physical, mental, emotional, social, intellectual, and spiritual well-being. The recent research shows that most claims are linked to human factors, which highlights the need of the ongoing training, improving the work procedures, and good attention to the crew morale. We should all remember that healthy seafarers create a safer and more productive work environment. Therefore, most of the clubs now have developed programs which offers enhanced and pre-employment medical screening for seafarers, emphasizing the prevention over cure. Moving toward the financial capacity of the B&I clubs, which helps to keep the trade flowing by remotely providing security when an incident or cargo claim occur, preventing unnecessary ship arrest or delays. The club letter of undertakings, which are known as LOU, are widely accepted and help to minimize losses for all parties. Certain international conventions, such as the Civil Liability Conventions for tanker pollution, require ship owners to have liability insurance. The B&I Club, therefore, issue a blue card confirming cover, which the flag states use to issue certificates showing compliance with these conventions. The club have usually a global network of local experts, including good correspondents and specialists who provided rapid practical expertise in response to casualties. They also run extensive loss prevention program, sharing lessons from accident to reduce future risk, Information on issues like personal injury, oil pollution, and cargo carriage is shared widely within the shipping community. Let's highlight now, we will talk about the policy and what the policy covers, but we would like to discuss the challenges which are faced by the society or the marine insurance industry. One of them is the sanction. During the recent years, sanction regulations, including those from the United States, Europe, and the UK, have become an increasing challenge as the B&I clubs and their reinsurers operate in jurisdiction subject to these regulations. They are obliged to strictly comply with sanctions. The implication of this is that the B&I club or the hull insurance will not be able to issue guarantees or pay claims to claimants which are subject to sanctions. Another impact of the strict sanction regime is that the established insurance industry is not able to insure ships or companies which are subject to sanctions or which are involved in sanctions. This has resulted in an increase in the number of ships trading with an inadequate or no insurance cover. This creates a big challenge for the ships trading with no insurance cover. The industry, therefore, faces a challenge for vessels operating with no insurance cover. These ships are typically older without proper insurance, and oversight are more likely to be poorly maintained, inadequately crewed, and prone to accidents. They may not comply with international safety standards or environmental regulations or the port state controls. This trend poses significant risk to the maritime safety and to the insurance industry. The consequence can be severe, and a major oil spill, a collision or fire involving such vessels could have seriously caused environmental and economic impact. Without proper insurance, the financial burden of such incidents may fall on governments or innocent parties. Giving some key for takeaway out of this session. First, ensuring the seafarer have a safe, supporting working environment, including opportunities for relaxation and stress relief, is crucial. Collaboration is essential to minimize claims and to improve safety procedures. The importance of having a reliable insurance provider, financially stable, with a strong global partnership to deliver value-added services such as claims management and risk mitigation. The Blue Card and the Club Letter of Undertakings are vital tools to minimize disturbance to the trade. The rise of the uninsured ships increases risk due to inadequate safety and insurance arrangements. Strong cooperation between the insurance industry and the authorities is critical when accidents occur. We in Mushtaraka play a key role as the link between the IG clubs and the local stakeholders, including authorities, claimants, and crew, to be a vital partner in this process. Before closing this remark for the key speech of this season, I would like, on behalf of my clients, to express our sincere gratitude for the excellent services provided by the local Saudi authorities, represented by the Transport General Authority, the Saudi Port Authority Mawani, and the Saudi Border Guard. all humanitarian services requiring rapid urgent interventions are provided by the Saudi border guard free of charge, including medical evacuation and search and rescue operation. We are also very happy and very grateful to the professional response to the casualties on the operational side. And I would like to discuss the case of the Grandi Ghana, which has been handled recently at Jeddah Islamic Port, which has been ranked as one of the best cases handled worldwide in terms of professionalism and the speed of handling by Jeddah Islamic Port. At the end, I'm very proud of what I have heard from my clients abroad in this regard about Saudi Arabia, and there is no surprise on this because it is the great kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. And the last session of today's program is the evolving role of insurance and green finance in sustainable maritime growth. The moderator of this session, Mr. Ignacy Ferrer, CEO and co-founder of Ocean EcoStructures. The floor is yours, Mr. Ferrer.
Good afternoon. We are the last one at the thing, so it's always the most challenging session of the day. Now, as the introduction mentioned, we are pleased to have an amazing panel on the evolving role of insurance and green finance in sustainable maritime growth. And for such, we have an outstanding group of panelists that will share their knowledge with us. Please welcome on stage Ms. Hamdi Raka from ABS. If you can please join us on board. Mr. Ambrish Bansal from Lloyd's Register. I would also like to welcome Professor Angelica Balan from the Maritime Academy of Asia and the Pacific. And last but not least, Mr. Mawan Juma Mubarak from Mubarak Group. Please come on stage and join us. All welcome. Thank you for joining us today. In order to allow the audience to a little bit understand what is the perspective that we're going to have on this amazing panel, I've preferred and I've asked my panelists to very briefly introduce their role and the company they are in so that we can all have a good view on the different approaches we're going to have. So we might start with Mr. Mawan. Just briefly, what's your role and what's your company about? We cannot hear.
I am the deputy CEO of Mubarak Group. We have multiple companies. So ranging from Mubarak Marine, Dubai Shipbuilding, Mubarak Subsea. We own a range of a fleet of about 43 vessels, from construction vessels, multi-cats, harbor tugs, AHTs. We work with subsea installations, subsea engineering, and also shipbuilding. And our main sort of bread and butter being salvage is what we started off. Salvage and emergency response.
Great. Well, welcome. Thanks for participating. Here we have a very clear view on the operation. If we go next with Mr. Ambrish.
Yeah, thanks. I think before I give my introduction, I would like to really congratulate the organizers here. I think they have done a fantastic job. So congratulations to everyone here. So my name is Ambrish Bansal. I'm Senior Vice President and Global Head Management Consulting Services and ESG Advisory for Lloyd's Register. I think most of you know Lloyd's Register, but just to a quick intro in terms of Lloyd's Register is around from last 265 years. And I think what really makes us unique is we are not owned by shareholders. We are owned by LR Foundation. And whatever profits we make, it goes back to the society. So it's a purpose-driven company in that sense. And I'm glad associated with that company. That's it.
Thank you. Professor Angelica.
Hello, respectful greetings to everyone. I'm Dr. Angelica Bailon, formerly chemistry, math, and physics professor, who became a dean and director of Maritime Academies, formerly with the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy for 2 years, and currently for 26 years at the Maritime Academy of Asia and the Pacific as formerly executive dean and director for research and extension services, and now external relations director. MAOP is a scholarship institution established by the Association of Marine Officers Union of the Philippines, who provide a rewarding career for Filipino youth who would like to pursue a rewarding career in the seafaring profession. So as an academe and as a researcher, I can deliver any topic, and I'm very honored and happy to be part of this amazing team of experts where we will discuss and share our insights on the topic green finance and the evolving role of the marine insurance.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, Mr. Hamdi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you all, the organizer, for this great sustainability event. My name is Hamdi Raha. I'm a business manager in ABS, located in Saudi and looking for Middle East and Africa. We are doing classification society, looking for new construction, existing vessel, sustainability consultancy. We are here in Saudi a long time ago. We are all this class society in Saudi. We are the biggest marine society present in Saudi. You have a great team in Saudi. I'm so proud to be in our company. We are here to supporting client.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being part of it. So we have split the panel into 3 blocks. Let's get into the first one, which is we're going to be discussing first about understanding green finance and its importance in sustainable development. And to start with, I would like to ask Mr. Ambrish, as the deeply experienced advisor, what is the difference between sustainable finance and green finance, and how can green finance help the maritime industry?
Okay, thanks. A very interesting and relevant question, and I think I would need maybe 2 hours to answer that, but I'll try to keep it 2 minutes.
Briefly.
Yeah.
Let's do it in 2 to 3 minutes.
So starting with the green finance and sustainable finance, I think these terms, a lot of people use interchangeably. A lot of people think they are same, but actually they are not. Both are definitely important and critical for the maritime decarbonization, for the maritime transformation to become more sustainable. But green finance is primarily where we are making financing decisions primarily to support environmental related projects or initiatives, which has a direct impact, positive impact rather, on the environment. If I talk about sustainable finance, it's much broader. I would say it's an evaluation of green finance, and it brings, it integrates ESG, environmental, social, and governance aspect all together. To give you an example, I think green finance is somebody wants to invest in shore power, if I talk about ports. If you talk about shipping, if somebody wants to invest in alternate fuels or energy efficient vessels, I think you can raise money through green finance. If you're talking about much wider, where you bring labor practices, you bring communities you work with, you bring the crew welfare or health. If you bring all those elements, it becomes a sustainable finance. So I think in short, green finance is a subset of sustainable finance. On your next question, I think which is very broad. I will try to keep it very short. Maybe I will try to cover in some other questions at the later stage. I think green finance is a major catalyst for sustainable future of maritime industry. I think because if you see an industry, 80% of trade happens through sea, and we have a mandate, a target from IMO now to become net zero GHG by 2050. And if you see a number which is a broad number. Again, we don't have any specific number, but in the range of 1.8 to 2 trillion US dollars would be required to really, achieve that net zero target by 2050. So we are looking for a huge number. And how green finance can support? I think green finance, primarily if I talk about a few use cases, is one, starting with the energy efficient vessels. If we are talking about energy efficient vessels, new technologies, innovative technologies, I think these are where you can raise money through the green financing, through green loans, green bonds. If you are looking for a shore infrastructure covering electrification of ports, if you are thinking of shore power or cold ironing for ports, all these things can be managed or supported by green finance. And if I go beyond, green finance also supports the compliance and regulatory requirements which have come now big time from IMO and other authorities. So green finance, I think in short, is critical enabler for this transformation.
Thank you. From the academic perspective, Professor Angelica, what would be the view on the importance of green finance for the maritime industry?
Yes, green finance plays a crucial role in supporting a lot of sustainable development projects by directing the financial resources towards initiatives that promote environmental protection, social well-being, and of course, government or economic resilience. Now, green finance helped the maritime industry in so many ways, like mobilization of the capital towards sustainable development, risk mitigation and incentives, promotion of new green technologies, also the policy and regulatory framework, addressing climate change and environmental challenges, and also, of course, create a job and also, help in the economic growth of the country. Now, if I will differentiate green finance from sustainability finance, from an academic perspective, I will differentiate it in terms of scope, in terms of maritime science activities targets, in terms of innovation, in terms of policy and regulatory context, in terms of the key metrics, in terms of the various maritime research that can be done. So in terms of scope, as mentioned, green finance is narrower in scope. It is sustainable finance for environmental outcomes. So projects are labeled as green, like a green, what are the different green loans, green shipping corridors. Yeah. So they are labeled green. And even the standards, they're aligned to the Paris Agreement. So there's environmental indicators. But however, for the sustainability finance, it is broader because it integrates ESG, environmental, social, and governance across different sectors, including maritime. And the projects, of course, they are not only environmental, but also includes the social and the governance outcomes. So, so that's it.
Thank you. Once we have seen unless there's any additional comments, I would like to jump to the next question, which is, let's getting into the industry. And then I will go to Mr. Handy. What's, from your perspective, the key components of green finance, and how specifically can maritime stakeholders integrate them into their operations to align with sustainability goals.
This if we're talking about this, the key component for this we can say like green bonds, energy efficient technologies, carbon credits, sustainability loans. These maritime stakeholders can practice this, adopting these technologies by using the energy efficiency, zero carbon emissions, and upgrading port facility for reducing the emission. So with this practice, I mean, partnership with the financiers is helping stakeholders to adapt this and comply this practice. So that means we can say this is a money back. We need this finance, green finance, to help the stakeholders to apply this technology to protect the environment. So without the green finance, we cannot ask the stakeholders to using technology. This is upgrading infrastructure for ports and all of the things. We need the financial to participate and help the stakeholders to adapt this technology, and of course will affect to the emission and decarbonization.
Thank you. If there's any additional comment you might want to participate. If not, I'm going to ask you specifically, Mr. Marwan, going one step further into the operations. From your experience, your practical lessons in the salvage projects, how can the industry, what kind of lessons can you learn about integrating sustainability in your operation? And more specifically, how do you see the role of the different practices, in your case on salvage, recycling shipwreck materials, reducing emissions during operations? How can they contribute to a broader goals of maritime sustainability?
Yeah, so I think the way we look at it is when we embed sustainability, we try to embed sustainability within our culture by showcasing it in the decisions that we make and the leadership decisions that we make. And by doing that consistency, that sort of develops over time. One particular case where we responded to a casualty, it was a barge, which is in the anchorage area. And after a long time of hogging and sagging, the barge had broken apart. The stern section had sunk, and the forward section had air pockets forward and was had the stern on the bottom. This part drifted for about 35 nautical miles before we were able to respond to it. Which causing all sorts of could cause all sorts of risks to subsea assets, cables, pipelines, and so on. So we were in touch with the authorities, with the clubs, with all the various stakeholders, and we mobilized one of our vessels. We connected the towage line to the bridle, and we stood by. So then we came to the decision process. Now, next phase, what do we do? Now she's stable, she's secure, she's not causing any risk for any damage. So it's either that we remove the wreck, or you find an alternative solution. So what we decided was that the alternative solution being more sustainable, causing less emission, causing less energy intensity. We decided we did a full, thorough inspection of the wreck, considering that she's a barge. We deemed her that, after getting approvals from the relevant authority, that we could, we actually decided to scuttle her. So we had talked to various, areas in the thing, and we found an island which is used as a recreational facility, which we towed her to and then sunk her there to be used as an artificial reef. The alternative method was to, use, grabs, broco, and actually remove the wreck, which would then require supporting tugs, crane barge, and a lot more energy-intensive operation. Other mechanisms that we have been looking at is we have been, our particular salvage unit, our focus goes from east of Africa down to the Middle East. And we have been talking to various stakeholders, or in particular countries, where we try to push for mechanisms which fund retainer fees. The importance in salvage is the response time. And the vessels aren't always on standby, but if you're able to have the equipment on standby and the vessel on standby, and you reduce the response time, then you mitigate the risks of further pollution, the vessel sinking, and that's something that we've been looking at. So we've been consulting with these authorities and finding ways where the retainer fees aren't being funded by the authorities themselves, but through implementing certain legislation, and then finding ways and finding creative ways to sort of put that together with the relevant stakeholders. So that's something that's been put in motion. Other ideas, future outlooks, considering the UAE, we've been looking at. So there's a company in Norway which we've been in touch with called Nordic Circle. And they're looking at, or they have actually done some case studies where they've upcycled certain material. So, I think this would be more relevant for decommissioning. So decommissioning rigs, and then instead of recycling her, and the current practice is when we salvage a wreck, we'll sell the scrap to a scrap buyer. And majority of the time, they're not going to go and sell it to a green recycling facility, because they're not going to get as much money for it, right? So they'll go to places where you can get more money for it, and then smelt the steel into, either tools, screws, whatever they use, which is a lot more energy intensive. So by upcycling it, you're repurposing that material. You're utilizing it for. So this Nordic Circle, they made buildings, they've made various modular living accommodations. But in order to do that, it's quite a big project. You would need funding for it. You would need regulatory change in the place that you're working, and I think green finance would, definitely be a part of that. That's some of the things that, yeah.
Thank you. And in order to facilitate that, there's something we haven't. It's not been specified, which is what about the public framework, the policy, the policymakers, international standards. What role they can play in boosting this green finance to allow this kind of operations and to really boost maritime industry. Any thoughts about these policy frameworks and the role of policy frameworks and international standards on that? Maybe we can start with Professor Angelica, and maybe you can jump on that.
Okay, let me start with the role of international standards, because policy frameworks are usually based on international standards. So, role of international standards in promoting green finance. Okay, it provides the common framework and definition of green, like a green sustainability investment, and therefore this one reduces the ambiguity, or the confusion. Also, it also enhances the credibility and the confidence of the investors, because standards serves as a benchmark for due diligence. Also, facilitate also cross-bridge investment and market development, because harmonized standards enable investors, of course, to compare green assets across countries. Also support risk assessment and the management standards, like those of the task force on climate-related financial disclosures. International standards also align with the global climate goal. And also it enhances capacity building, and of course, for the policy frameworks, this supports of course, the regulatory framework, because government usually provides the laws, the regulations, and of course that is based on the international standards. Policy frameworks also provide green finance strategies and roadmaps, because each country's developed their own national strategies outlining how to integrate green finance into broader economic and environmental policies. Also, policy frameworks' role is to establish green certification and labeling no, of these, certifying green projects or financial projects like the green bonds. And therefore, by doing so, this increases transparency and provides confidence to investors.
Good. Let me interrupt you because we'll get that into later, but they're telling me I need to rush. So I would like to jump to next topic, which is about the future. Right? We've seen, okay, there's green finance, what's going on, and what about new products might be having? So I would like to ask Mr. Ambrish, and maybe you can collect some of your thoughts on the previous questions. How do you see green finance shaping the future of the maritime industry moving ahead?
As I briefly mentioned, I think green finance is a major catalyst for this growth. And I think since she was mentioning about the policy, I think policy would play a critical role because, so there are two aspects of policy if you see. One is, the policy framework which has been developed by the international organization like IMO or European Union, and then, individual country. I think that's a key, I would say, because things would not move if you don't have a right framework or policy framework at your country level, because the maritime industry as a whole is an integrated industry. It's a global industry, so we all are connected to each other, very closely. So we need to have that sort of a collaboration, integration across the board. I give you an example. Like recently, as LR, we supported Government of India and Ministry of Shipping and Ports to develop a national green shipping policy. And this policy document, which was developed by us, primarily caters not only shipping, it also caters, the entire value chain covering, ports, shipyards, ship recycling, and some of the enablers like green finance. And, and it's not that, companies or countries rather do not have those policies, but right now what I see with most of the countries, there is no integrated policy in place which brings everything together. And also, I think one important part is, we have to see every country has its own target of net zero. Some countries have 2050, 2060, 2070. So how we link that sort of a national target of net zero with the maritime target, because you cannot go in two different directions, because at the end of a day, this target would work with that other target. So it's very important, both these targets work together. In terms of the green finance, we really need to understand, there are multiple tools, available in the market, like starting from green bonds, green loans. What I am seeing really, working now for, especially for the future is, sustainability-linked loans and bonds. I think I'm seeing a lot of traction. A lot of companies rather are attracting finance through these tools. I think how this is different from the green loan and green bond. So green loan and green bond are primarily, to support the environmental projects. And, the funding you receive from the banks or the financial institute, you have to put that in particular project or incentive. In sustainability-linked loan, I think you get, a amount to your company, and then, you need to decide how you can invest that to support your, your sustainable journey. And against that, you have to agree, KPIs with the financial institute. So that gives more flexibility to the company and also, to bank. I think the only catch is whatever KPIs you agree, it has to be measurable, and so both the parties can monitor that, frequently. So yeah, a lot of things are happening, and if I give you some examples, back 2021, Maersk has raised around 500 million through green bond. So they came up with a green bond, and the primary purpose of this bond is to support their $3 billion investment in the new age vessels. Similarly, Hapag-Lloyd, all the major ship liners have raised money through green loans and green bonds. In terms of ports also, I've seen some of the ports in Europe, Port of Rotterdam, Port of Singapore. I think they have been raising money to support shore power supply and new initiatives like electrification. So yeah, I think a lot is happening right now, but I would say still it is limited to some top key players, and definitely it can be penetrated further and go to the tier 2 and tier 3 companies.
Thank you. You just mentioned the ports. For the audience knowledge, there's a very interesting initiative taking place in where I'm coming from, which is Barcelona, by the Port of Barcelona. Ports play a significant role in terms of promoting sustainability in the maritime industry. So I invite you to see what's recently they announced called Region Ports around how to provide solutions to offset the impact of the maritime industry from the ports. That's national. We have 2 minutes left, and I would like to kindly ask probably you both, as you are both, let's say, more connected to the local ecosystem, as we are in GCC in the region, what would be, Mr. Hamdi, MR1 particularly, what are the best practices on sustainable and green finance and initiatives that could be applied to accelerate green shipping in the region? In 1 minute, maybe 2.
Yeah, okay. Talking for the GCC, we have a lot of resources we can use it. We have like green hydrogen we can use. We can do upgrading for port facilities. So this is the port facility can be do a great achievement for reducing the carbon, because a lot of vessels come. We have a lot of offshore activities here. So if there is any possibility to supply the shore connection to this facility, and then the ships or offshore units can instead of using diesel engine or this, can use the port facility supply. And by this, I believe we will save a lot of energy, and in the same time will reduce the carbon emission.
Great. Any additional comments, an initiative you would suggest from the region would help to promote maritime sustainability? From your experience?
From my experience, I would say particularly, I mean, we've been looking at electric or hybrid tugs to operate the port. The problem is that there are no mechanisms to sort of cater for it. So it leaves you out of the, you cannot come in on a competitively. So if you're looking at like Europe and have the ETS system, right? It makes sense because there's tax and everyone's playing on the same on the same level, right? On the same playing field. But here, when you're looking at it, current charter rate, you say $3,000, $4,000, and then when you're building it, the value of the tug is $1 million. But then when you come to a hybrid, you're talking about $4 million and a charter rate of 7,000, 8,000. It just won't make sense. Right. There's nothing to sort of cater for that here. So even if you have the intention, you want to, and you have the finance to do it, you won't be able to, make that return of investment, because you'll just be kicked out. So there needs to be mechanism or regulations or subsidies or something from the support from the government or other regulators to sort of support that.
Thank you. Well, we are running rather out of time. Reached the end of our panel. Thank you so much, all of you, for participating and sharing your knowledge and your views with the audience. And thanks for inviting us to participate and share this knowledge with all of you. And have a great evening to you all. Thank you.
I think the photographer is coming right now.